I should have made more coffee. Why am I a fool? That's why I was... I am not a bright spark today. Fuck.
You forgot coffee? Party foul.
It's not that I forgot coffee, Bacon. It's that I'm on my first, and look, like, we're at baseline. We're at teeny tiny levels, and more coffee is needed. And also, good morning and thank you. Bacon, legend, water and welcome. How are you all doing? Caffeine, greetings. Yeah, legend, I've got coffee, but I should have made more coffee. And that is very pink.
Turn the power back on.
And Sam's waiting. Fiona got a new weighted blanket on Buy Nothing. We're continuing to live that bourgeoisie lifestyle. Lance, I am become games. Wolfgrab, why have one game when you can have 5? Why have 5 games when you can have 10? Why have 10 games when you can have them all? That's my vibe today.
Are you hearing this or what?
Oh yeah, legend. I'll just pop on over for a coffee. How are you all doing? Holy crud! You look like a... Okay, I was about to say something inappropriate. Damn, that's way.
It's so big.
That was perfect. It's I think I just saw the gods there for a second. Amos, no. Abuse! Abuse! I'm getting beaten up! It's gonna be a totally normal Tuesday. Flat shark attack. Angel, I don't know if it counts as a love attack when it has that much heft to it. Like, there's a weight to impact ratio where it stops being a love tap and starts being like an attack.
I threw it over Amos, and with one motion of his head, he whipped it off.
God, my boy's built like a fucking Gears of War
I
character.
threw the whole thing over top of him, and he was like,
Amos is just like a doggy Dorito. It's all in the
he
top.
just Hulk smashed out of that.
This is gonna be a day, isn't it? I'm gonna need more coffee. Okay. Ereman, hello. Who's there? Fucking hell. Anyway, how are you all doing, friends? Oh, Lance, thank you for clipping my shame once more. No one ever clips it when I do cool shit.
Wait, no.
It's a brand
Parent
new day
voice has
in
come out.
Toronto. Headlining the news is the recent statement from Goji Rokaku on the graffiti gangs plaguing the city. Quote, "My forces are on patrol in all major
Hike.
metropolitan areas to make
Hike
sure these
who?
terrorists are behind bars where they belong."
This is the longest knock-knock joke of all time.
Captain on the bridge.
Behold, I subscribe to C&D Games and here why are you like this?
It's a curse, my friend. It's a curse. Actually, I have a shitload of indie games to show you today. Actually, I might do a bit of a shout-out post because... Okay, you know what? Let me... I'm all over the place. So,
What hope?
Ehrman, J-Post, thank you. Ehrman, that's a tier 3. That's a lot of cash every month. Then Ehrman, that's J-Post, that's a tier 2. And both of you have been the 54 months, the longest that anyone could have received. Really fucking cool of you, so thank you. Alright, I just wanted to say that before I start becoming like an unhinged nonsense merchant. Ozzy! Eagle lives, Clank. And Shorterus, what? Oh, and welcome. I have enthusiasm. How you all doing, friends? Fearless, I'm sorry about that. I've been a bit sloppy with my dream walking. Honestly, I was just using it as kind of like an interspatial delivery route. And Shorterus, it'll sneak up on you. It'll sneak up on you. The amount of times I ended up chasing the Dawn with the OG Resi 4, I don't even want to think about it. Especially with like treasure hunting and stuff. And yes, Eagle lives. Watto, and welcome to Twitch.television. How are you doing, friend? To Frederick, Watto, and welcome. I am having a good day. I've overslept, but I ended up staying up late with Fred and Krill and Squarepeg, and this is one of the things I love about the long shift is we were flitting between Fred and Krill explaining the
As the ancient Greek philosopher Pythagoras once said, why is anyone like this?
Why is anyone like this? Thank you, Wolfcrab. But no, we were Fred and Krill were explaining to me the WWE UFC merger. And Squarepeg and I were doing a viability test of a multiplayer experience. So it was splitting between like, you know, learning about the ins and outs of the wrestling business and like what can we make UE do with a small like, you know, small group multiplayer experiences. So the whiplash was wild. All the while finishing this little guy. Yeah, better than again.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. I got a new flavor coffee. I got an old flavor rap. Equip the A1 tones to make you relax.
How are you all doing, friends? In terms of like video game news, it's been calm today, which is nice. Devolver Digital's buying Doinksoft, which is a real sentence I have to say out loud. But honestly, this is one of those acquisitions where I'm surprised it happened sooner. So the team that made Gata Roboto, Gata Roboto and Demon's Roboto are now in-house. Like, to my knowledge, that team also did a lot of the heavy lifting for the Devolver Digital bootleg. And the other thing is that Monster Energy, the drink, keeps trying to sue games that have Monster in the title.
I know they gotta say something about how I'm rapping again. Mostly grab my album, don't know how I be grabbing the pen. I come and snap them again.
And Frederick, no, it was a nice evening. I was very stressed yesterday, and like I'm real grateful to the long shiftians for just hanging out with me and just having a band. Good old Too Mellow. Yeah, so sorry I'm running late today, but that's the reason why, because I stayed up too late myself. I did crack on my my drying out post GDC. However, I am going to go back to trying to keep it as like long sprees between drinking. So I haven't succeeded in kicking it for the whole month, but I'm going to still try and limit my intake. Oh, well, there we go, Clank. There's the serendipity of the world. Hey! Ozzy, I would be honoured. This is my latest work. I'm slowly introducing new Mead Point stuff. So this sucker...
Reactor online. Sensors
is
online.
Alvis, apparently.
Online. All systems nominal.
People come up to me on the street and they say, hey...
No, seriously. Kick this for a month, or something.
Or something. Alvis, seriously, thank you. Right. Like I said, once everybody started getting past 2 years worth of subs, my brain just stops being able to comprehend that amount of time. So yeah, I built this Mother Hubbard, the Reborn's Gundam. I believe this one's from Gundam Build Fighters. Oh, no, wait, no, this is from 00... Ah, fair enough. The little quirk with this Mother Hubbard is it's actually 2 Gundams in 1. That's right. There's a tiny dude in red hiding behind. It was really fun to put together, I got to admit. I was initially just making it because I wanted something to just busy my hands, and it ended up being a real fucking fun setup.
Musical note, would you like to build a Gundam?
Would you like to build a Gundam? Would you kindly make the legs? But yeah, unfortunately the white balance is not enjoying the details on this Mother Hubbard. This might be one of those ones I go back to and do like a good old paint job of, but suffice to say, it was just a fun build to put together. You know, sometimes the fun gimmicky designs end up being fiddly as shit, but no, that was what I put together last night. I mean, again, one of the fun things about Gundams is that you don't need to know or even like the show. If you like the kit and the design, then jobs are good. Sorry, bear with me just a second, dear friends. Okay. So yeah, Ozzy, I added a new little button in case people want an excuse to look at my Gundams. I'm slowly trying to add more for the mead point economy. Yes, Dabs will be returning on Longship Day, so I'm just resigning myself. Because I was talking to Fiona about this, and I'm like, do I enjoy dabbing? No. Do I still think that it is a cringe activity of embarrassing proportions? Yes. But, unfortunately, I also understand digital economies very well, and if someone had saved up 80,000 points for one result, and then I was taken away from them before they were able to do it, that wouldn't feel good. That would feel bad. That's not a good time. So... What is the saying, Ludo? Do not kill the cringe. Kill the part of you that cringes, right? Torture is its own reward. And PVS, Watto and welcome. Oh, just stopping in to voice your support for the dabbing industrial complex. The mead point economy. Well, fearless, whatever it is you put together, like, please, like, don't feel like you have to miss out on hanging out with peoples. Eriman says, I'm a... Jesus. 854,000 points. Can you give me something for 1 million? Alright. Okay, what... I mean, fucking hell, what is 1 million to celebrate? Dabbitalism. Because I'll definitely put in something as like a placeholder for the 1 million mark. The 1 million Skella Mega Dab. I mean, the Calcium Bonio special. So, Alanis, I'm going to use that as the placeholder for now. How many zeros is that? 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1 million skeleton powers. That's definitely a House Chaos special. Oh, that is not happy with me.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
And Stepagen, feckin' thank you.
What ho?
What ho indeed! Another fucking 54 months, like it's no big deal. I've just put the 1 million Skilla Mega Dab. Description. What does a million mead points even look like? How much booze would that be?
If you're in the long ship and you have the points for a Skelly Dab, go ahead. It's a Skelly Dab.
You have summoned Lord Calcium Bonio! Bonio. There we go. Just finding a good gold color. A nice biting point that's not like... There we go. There we go. So if that is... You can now summon Lord Calcium Bonio for a special super dab. The deed is done. It has been created. Also, PBS, while I have considered doing stuff for the animals and things like that, at the moment, half the nuggies are terrified, and the other half are little rotund potatoes. If I add the ability for y'all to spend mead points to give them snacks, I'm gonna end up with these tiny little spherical guinea pigs. Anya is already a honka chonka. I mean, PVS, you'll have to find out. You'll have to find out.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho?
What ho
Viking
indeed,
64 dab, Viking 64 dab.
How are you doing, friend? And again, sorry, I do not think I have said enough proper thank yous for those of you who are celebrating the full fucking spree. So cheers to you and thank you. Alright? Yeah, the guinea pig sphere. The guinea sphere, if you will. I mean, Steppagen, the Yaldum's still yours. What will you do with this newfound power? But yeah, I mean, it's a lovely thing to be able to say that there's no drama, there's nothing massive going on. On my list of shit to do, I am doing well. I've still got to finish up tax nonsense for 2022. Hey!
Okay, this is backup what who?
Fucking yeah, it is. And Ludo History, thank you kindly. We're still working on the mead points and the plan for Longship Day. I was...
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
You're giving away a spree? Does Honda even still make them?
I'm sure we can find one. Saitlin Utera. Fucking thank you, mate. How are you doing? And apparently we're doing a train already. There we go. Fucking... Steppagen, thank you kindly. You're holding on to that Yaldum, and I respect that. Ooh! Now with less cast. Well, I'm real happy to hear that, friend. I'm real happy to hear that.
I challenged death to a pillow fight. I was not prepared for the repercussions.
J-Post, why are you like this? Thank you, obviously. Why are you like this?
Hold your butts. It's time for Jet.
Oh yeah, so that was the only thing that I mean, it's not a thing I need to talk to you all about. That sounds so very formal. Freaking yo. Stebagen, you're holding on to that yardum. Respect that. I'm still working out what we want to do for Longship Day this week. See, in years past, we've done things like play Sniper Elite 3 and things like that, but as Sniper 3 gets older and older, the number of people who can actually play it is decreasing. One thing that I was considering was renting a Sven co-op server, because I know cash is tight at the moment, but I feel like for Longship Day, spending a little bit of money is not a terrible thing, but I could not find a good host for Love Nor Money. And one of the few hosting companies that's still tipping us over to the next station, and a dusting of 20s there, Fearless. Thank you. Yeah, I haven't been able to find a good host, and the only people I could find was it was a shady hosting company. That kind of thing where it's like, oh, don't worry, it's only $1.50 per person. But if you want actually, yeah, it ended up looking like, you know, $50-$60 if we wanted our own CPU attached to it. And I'm just like, of course I want a CPU attached. I'm renting a fucking server for 30 people. So yeah, I haven't worked out what Longship Day is going to facilitate, what kind of nonsense we'll all be getting into. Like, this Longship Day feels like
Chill 5, 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 chill 5.
That's interesting, Stepagen. Have you considered Chio 5? Have you considered that, huh? Yeah. Wild concepts in your brain. So yeah, I'm not asking you all to come up with ideas what we should do on Thursday. I'm still working on it. It's just...
I met a microbiologist the other day. He was much bigger than I expected.
Okay, bravo on that one, PVS. Bravo.
I need understanding, my presence is demanded. By some merchant, maybe I can spin it on a stand-in. One mellow, cause the two is seeing double after about 3 drinks. So before I get into trouble, slap you 5 and grab.
But yeah, so that's what I've been currently working on. It's one of the reasons I got so stressed out yesterday, as I was trying to get everything sorted for our big anniversary.
So many bank holidays this month in the UK. What to do? Oh, I hope we can get more Willamas. That would be funny.
See, sorry, I'm always down for more Sonic Racing, but we always end up having massive connection problems when we do that. And last time we did Sonic and All-Stars Friends, like, loads of people ended up getting bounced and kicked and stuff, and it was sad times, bad times. It's not, as much as it's hilarious for me to play as me, plus the fact is my character's fucking bullshit OP, so it does give me a lovely little edge. And Kaitish, Watto, and welcome. Kaitish, we could do more King of the Castle. That does involve a lot of yelling and shouting. And it's me versus you lot, which is always thoroughly entertaining. And yeah, Alnus, worst comes to the worst, we can chill in Wizmod.
I thought I was understood. I'm so good on that club shit. Don't care how the club's lit. I just make the club hits. Spitting on the introverted tip. Flex that I
But yeah, especially at GDC, it was pretty wild telling people like, nah, I've been doing this full time. The Longship has existed now for 5 years, which is, you know, an eternity in game dev terms. Oh, Favor 6, I think the club is still down. Let me... Yo!
Anime vacation coming up for me. Here's free Jeff Bezos sub to keep the fire running.
And Akira Zero, thank you kindly. For those of you hitting SakuraCon this weekend, I hope you have a marvelous time. Yeah, so, holy crap, sorry, Stepagen, been quietly thrown in a shitload of bits. Thank you. That Yaldum is yours. Yeah, so Favor 6, I had a look over, and the club's still dead, unfortunately.
Why shouldn't programmers play the lottery? They always miss the cash.
And Eraman, fucking thank you! Estepagen, you did a good job holding on to that, but Eraman went, no. No, thank you all, friends. Fucking multi-track drifting potato!
Time extensio.
It's a time extension! Oh, God, I wish I could do a good impression of the Sega Rally time extension voice. I mean, I can't even do a good impression of the Daytona. Clank, I didn't actually get to ask about the club's upkeep costs. I did see Will at GDC, but it's kind of one of the reasons why I'm still mad at the Game Jolt party sucking is because Will was there, and I was going to say hi howdy, but it was like as the event started, so I was like, oh, well, you know, we'll obviously bump into each other in a bit. And then within about, like, 20 minutes, the whole place was wall-to-wall packed. Oh, you're right, Saints, because I skipped all the do's. I do love the fact that the karaoke achievement for Daytona was essentially on an honor system. I always like that.
Lesson 1. Basic hip. Basic to hip is the concept. Dig. How would you define dig?
Well, you know, man, like when you dig something.
Well, yes.
Dig, baby.
And Stepagen, thank you for filling the pint glass. Wow, we are doing a lot of things all at once right now. But jumping back, I'm still thinking about what I want to do for Thursday, and it's not that Thursday's celebration is going to be somber by any means, but it really does feel like, you know, we fought tooth and fucking nail to be here. This year particularly has probably been the most challenging, and it's weird to balance the scrappy fightiness of keeping this all together with the, oh shit, we've been doing this for 5 years, you know? So I don't know what Thursday's going to be. Does that make a weird sense? But yeah, that's the long and feckin' short of it, friends. I got my GDC follow-ups all done, so fingers crossed on cool things happening, because that would be lovely. Oh, God. PBS was asking, what game had the biggest influence in you but you haven't streamed yet? Oh, boy.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Why is Nude a Twitch account? Jackie, why are you like this? Thank you. Why are you like this? God.
What ho? Edge shipe.
Vanderbeast, thank you for the fucking hell. For another 54 months. Why do you lot put up with me? I do not know. Fucking y'all. Everything happens so much. Everything happens so much. Okay, Legend, enjoy your lunch. Have a lovely rest of your day. Oh, I'm definitely going to need more coffee, Field. You lot are on like another level to me. Once the train has concluded, I'll go grab another coffee real quick, and then we'll get back stuck into it. And the thing is, like, you all don't have to answer now. I'm curious to hear your thoughts and feels, because like I've said a million times, like, I ain't shit without you lot, and I know that. You know, Longship Day isn't the, look how good Will is, he's so clever, look at his clever face being clever. No, it's a celebration of us as a squad, that we basically created an internet anomaly. I was thinking about this the other day of, like, invisible success. Because we talk a lot about survivor bias, but invisible success is a trickier one. Invisible success is essentially like self-sustaining corners that aren't really known outside of their own spheres. So things like Sock Pop and stuff like that. Like, Sock Pop aren't going to be on a Nintendo Direct, and unless you know about them, you don't really know them. But they are wildly successful in their own way because they've created a self-sustaining setup. Oh, and PVS, have a lovely rest of your day. And it's that weird thing of, like, the Longship kind of exists in that space, you know? You lot know, and those who know of us are wildly impressed that we are this self-contained little bubble. But, like, I'm not a famous person. I don't have a successful album or an OnlyFans site or what have you. It's just me here. This is it. I mean, unless you want to see the disco oven on TikTok. But, like, this is it. Although, there is the YouTube stuff. And Scarred, thank you kindly. How goes it? Watto, and welcome. Also, the Yaldum is yours. Well done. Only dabs. That's what Thursday's gonna fucking be. Look, I'm just preparing myself to have dead arms for the rest of the day when the dabs return. When the dabs come marching in.
Only dabs.
Fencer, it is not quite game time. We are going to be going into a fascinating little one. I'm gasping for another cup of coffee. So I'm going to say thank yous in about 50 seconds for this train, because that's how we keep going, and that's how I feed my little family. So I have to say a lot of thanks.
Only dabs, where you can see a tit.
Some would say you can see this tit on fucking the internet 5 days a week. I'm still thinking back to the question of, like, what's an incredibly influential game I've never streamed? Probably the Front Mission games, but no one's down for that much reading. Like, fucking go. Fucking go!
Level up.
Wolfcrad, no, I need coffee. I'm out. Look, I'm out. This is all I've got to work with. Why are you doing this? Also, thank you. I mean, Jack, you're right. I haven't streamed Elden Ring yet, which we'll probably do after Resi 4. I know, all those indie games.
2 dabs, 1 calcium beneo.
I mean... Y'all are too much sometimes. Sorry, my brain just had, like, 2 calcium bonios just looking over a cup, mildly disgusted at each other. And Averick going for the, but bits can buy additional coffee. Explain how. Bits can be traded for goods or services. Wolfcrad, thank you kindly. That's 21 bucks in bits. So, seriously, thank you. But now, I'm just staring at the clock. I'm like, alright, I got 4 minutes so I can get more coffee. Oh, Vanderbeest, Tunic is a banger. I don't... See, this is the thing. There are only so many days in the week, and there are too many good games. Because, like, Numbers was asking about when we're going to do the Final Fantasy VII remake. which, despite being a AAA banger, I do think is worth deconstructing. And I'm really hoping that my knowledge on the subject of like Capcom's history and Resident Evil 4 is going to make for an interesting experience for you lot to watch, because I know everyone and their cat is streaming Resi 4 at the moment. But at the same time, one, I desperately want to play it, and two, it's something that I do want to share with you all. Like, I kind of wish I could find my old Dreamcast memory card. Well, okay, no, I wish I could have it. I know where it is. It's in storage in my Phantasy Star Online box, but yeah. Because it's still got my save from Resi 4. And I don't think there's anything I didn't unlock in that. Like, I did the Mercenaries mode to death. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. God, yeah. Now you all are just recommending games. Eagle lives. You're right. I've never streamed Quake 3. I also haven't streamed Quake 4, but that's mostly because of the body horror. But yeah, Saglan, there's lots of suggestions. I mean, Half-Life's still one of the biggest, and that's why we do it every year around Christmas. Games that have had the biggest influence on me that I haven't streamed. Like, God, I'd have to really go into the banks. I mean, if we want to go into the archives, shit like Netmonster, weird, fucked up, early web ring video game stuff. Ragnar says, how many players can there be in one GDC of Thieves server? We've managed to get 9 people into one server. Like, honestly, I don't think we'd be able to get more than 3 ships in one server, but it is possible. Requires a lot of fucking around. What we did is we had multiple people all hit join at once in different ships, and then found out how many were in the same server, and then bundled onto those ships. When it comes time to do Glitterbeard on stream, that's what we'll do. We haven't done Little Witch in the Woods yet. Is that Renee's game, or is that Potion On? Oh, is that Potion Craft? Oh, that's still in early access. Yeah, so we're gonna hang fire on that one. It's the irony, friends, of like wanting to support indie games, but knowing that streaming them in an early access state isn't amazing. Oh shit, Passepartout's out. Passepartout 2, The Lost Artist. Damn it, I've got to hit up my friendos. Okay, the train has concluded. It was a level 5 train, no less, and it had an inordinate amount of bits in it. So, thank you, friends. Alright? I'm just gonna go guzzle another cup of coffee very quickly. Yeah, so I'm gonna go get a quick coffee. Here's what we're gonna be doing today, friends. We are going to be playing the Landfall Archives. If you haven't heard of it, don't worry. Landfall Archives came out April 1st, but is not an April Fool's Day joke. It is a collection of vertical slices, all brought together as like a little sampler. Landfall is the team behind Totally Accurate Battle Simulator, and in the past have done a whole bunch of meme games for April Fools. But their hook is that they've always done it as they've always carried the joke through. So last year they released Nightfall: A Daring Journey, which is a 2-player kind of multiplayer shooter where you play knights with handguns and you can Tokyo drift a horse around a track. It's fucking wild. They also made Rounds, which also came out on April 1st and is brilliant. Yeah, their main game is Totally Accurate Battle Simulator, but they also did Cluster Truck. And so yeah, they've been in the habit of releasing these mimetic games. Totally Accurate Battleground ended up being a full-on game, despite starting as a joke. And Landfall Archives is a collection of little vertical slices all put together. Now, a couple of people have mentioned this and have said that some of it is very, very good. But the reason why I want to show it to you all is that this is a great example of, like, fuck, I want to make a whole bunch of different ideas and I don't want to commit to one. How can I turn this into something that I can, you know, either show to people or sell? Like, creating these little self-contained experiences, you know. I mentioned it to Damien, was it yesterday, day before? And I'm gonna blab at him in a second before we get started, because, like, especially for individuals like Damien who make things that are cool and weird and strange, like, bundling them together into one big old package, like, that's not a bad shout. That's not a terrible way to create, like, a commercial product when you only want to make small, tight, focused things. So yeah, if you want to play this for yourself, it is free, and I don't know if we'll get through all 22 prototypes today, but we're going to give it a bloody good go. And Jackie, we can talk about monster being trolls when I get back. Now, I'm just going to get a coffee. I'll be back in just a second, so don't go anywhere. But, wow, I'm on my spiel today, aren't I? I'm like, video games, video games, video games. Friends, I want to say again, thank you for kicking off the day with a feckin' train. I saw how many bits that was in total. That's a lot of bits. I'm extremely grateful. Thank you. Alright, so don't go anywhere. Doing cool, weird indie shit. Alright? Hello, hello. I informed Fiona that you all came up with the million meat point dab, the calcium bonio dab. Fiona asked me, what is that going to entail? And I was like, I'm not entirely sure. We'll know it when it happens. We'll absolutely know it when it happens. Oh. Anyway, thank you all for waiting. I have a fresh cuppa. Let's fucking do this. But yeah, so before we jump into stuff, yeah, the monster trolling is something that I wasn't aware of. And so apparently this is something that kind of bullied titles out of using the word monster in their games. Because Monster's a sub-brand of, I want to say Coca-Cola? One of the big, like, fructose corn syrup conglomerates. Like, I'm just trying to remember which company it is that owns Monster. Okay, you know, it's owned by Coca-Cola, so a big behemoth. It also looks like back in 2020, the reason why Phoenix Rising, the awfully titled Ubisoft game, had originally been called Gods and Monsters, that, yeah, Coca-Cola went after them, and Ubisoft went, you know what, we're just going to change the name, this is not worth the fight. Although Ubisoft's official stance at the time was that they changed the name for creative reasons. So this is going to be an interesting one. Usually the next thing to happen on this is an unhinged game jam. That's always fun. You know, like the Nemesis System Jam and the Monster Jam. The Monster Jam feels like the next part. Alnus, so with Monster Hunter, I would say that because it was an existing brand in Japan before it started coming out here, that's a more difficult legal fight than trying to release a new game that has Monster in the title. You know, a few titles managed to sneak past, things like Monster Train and stuff like that. But also, Alnus, as soon as you wrote something hunting horn, all I could see is Jack Black with a little kid's saxophone. Moose, I will not be answering questions about Monster Jam at this time. Yeah. Well, so Jackie, by the looks of things, what's the team? The team is Dark Deception, Monsters and Mortals. They'll probably have to change it. They can't match Cola beat for beat in terms of legal fees. But what they have done is basically fired up the flare. Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of, if you'll forgive the term, piss babies coming at me at Twitter for stating that in the US, essentially, whoever has the biggest war chest kind of wins when it comes to a lot of legal disputes. And especially when it comes to this kind of thing. Because a company like Coca-Cola can just they can essentially keep people tied up in legal knots for years. If you have enough money and enough people, you can elongate the process until the other person runs out of cash. I said that on Twitter and then I had a lot of people angry at me about that. Sorry, it was well, so Lance, you're not wrong that that's the whole point of the slap suits, but whilst slap suits, I believe, are being curtailed, the slap is the counter attack, right? So, I sue the Sphinx for being too Ridley all the time. I lose, and then the Sphinx then sues me back. That, I believe, is a slap lawsuit, right? That's the counterattack. Whereas what a lot of these companies do, especially with these like trademark or that kind of nonsense, is that the initial defense is just dragged out for as long as possible until one team just starves to death. So if we tried to fight the Sphinx about... I'm not a legal person, alright? I don't know law. I'm doing my best to explain like a concise version. Phyllis was saying that IBM outspent the Federal Trade Commission over the course of decades to give up them being a monopoly. Yep. Lance, that is another good point. That a lot of states don't have anti-slap, and if you're rich enough, you just file in the state in the US that doesn't have anti-slap laws. So yeah. Legend, yes, Wafflemancy is still occurring. We are going to jumping in game in just a second. I tend not to talk too much length when it comes to legal elements because, one, like, it is not a sphere that I have more than a snifter of a grounding in. Like, there's a lot of legal elements in the games industry that I understand, but once we start moving into, like, you know, US copyright, trade, etc., that's out of my wheel well. I understand, like, the broad strokes. Oh, Angel, don't be like that. Like, you have to celebrate the good stuff in spite of everything that goes down. You know?
Just use your imagination.
That's how you gotta think about it. Like, this year has probably been the hardest year that at least our little household has had in ages. But we're fighting. We're doing a fighty. We're doing it. And considering the Longship has survived for 5 years, we have a big milestone coming up. Because everything sucks, that is why we have to celebrate twice as hard. Fencer, no. And Ragnar, see, again, this is where I have to be very specific with my wording, and it's why I don't tend to get into the guts of it, because I don't want to give you false information. They haven't copywritten Monster, but they are fighting against anybody who has Monster in their title for their, okay, so, and I quote, Monster has lodged a legal complaint that takes exception with Dark Deception Monsters and Mortals, including the word monsters in its title. So they're essentially legally saying, we don't want you to have Monster in the name of your game because people might confuse it with our Monster energy drink. Which is bullshit. We know that. I bet they even fucking know it. So that's the situation that this particular dev team are finding themselves in. Lance says, as a random white guy on the internet, I have many legal opinions without any education on the subject. Oh, what is Twitter for $200? Oh. No, I mean, the only reason I mentioned the war chest legal stuff is a few years back trying to get some, we'll just call it justice. Made me incredibly and acutely aware that if you don't have money, it's not going to happen. There are some instances where it is likely that the civil payout will be large so that, you know, lawyers will do pro bono stuff. But for the most part, if you don't have the cash, then sadly the litigation's not going to be on your side, and that sucks. It's just something I've just kind of come to terms with, you know? So, sorry, apologies for bringing it up. It's just one of those setups where I am frustrated, but it's nothing to be doing. And Jackie, I did see that they're crowdfunding their legal defense, but the problem with crowdfunding is that it's very bad for sustained income. Crowdfunding is great to just get a chunk of change at once to do a thing, but users being asked to continuously support something, which because of the legal proceedings they won't see a direct response on, there's no way they're going to be able to sustain that. Whereas Coca-Cola can just outspend them. Now, the advantage that we have as weird, creepy, strange punk shaman indies is that we could do something like a monster jam, like a game jam that has monster in the title. And Megaboss games like Monster Hunter also help with defense in that space. However, again, they could make the case that because Monster Hunter is a Japanese brand first and foremost, I don't know how much sway Monster Energy drinks have in Japan, but they might be doing it regionally. Oh yeah, and Wolfgrad, that's another big one, is the mental and emotional cost of going through the US legal system cannot be understated. You know, what little that I did was incredibly exhausting, and to be honest, maybe I could have fought a little harder, maybe I could have tried to find a different pro bono lawyer, but the idea of having to open up everything again from the start, which is such an exhausting premise. And I understand that kind of is tantamount to cowardice on my part. Think about that a lot, but... Anyway, sorry. Alright, bringing it back. It's just something to keep an eye on. And it makes me want to put Monster in the title of every single one of my fucking games. So, fucking wee! Yeah, Verdant Flow, like, absolutely. I mean, here's the thing, Fearless. I've never doubted your powers. That's like, you know, that's the Warthog call-in. That's the Scorched Earth. That's the, do you see that person over there? Yes. I don't want to. Very well, sir. Take out the person, the mountain, and about a block of local inventory. Oh, Scarred. I like Monstar. That feels like a run-your-own French restaurant type, where you have to manage not only like income and dishes, but also your pretentious meter. Like, it has to, you have to maintain a level of pretentiousness for the Monstar. Moose, I've been on the internet. That's not a new idea. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm pretty sure if we search Monster Boyfriend Dungeon on Steam, we're gonna get at least 2 hits. Was Monstar in Space Jam? Okay. Does anyone ever stop and think about the fact that it's incredibly insane that Space Jam and Space Jam 2 even exist? Does anyone else think about that? Like, sometimes I remember things that happen in those movies and I'm like, there's no way that was real. But it was. Also, as a complete aside, friends, I found out yesterday that the game Wanted Dead, which came out earlier in the year, kind of just appeared and kind of went, hello, was made by the same team that did The Devil's Third. So I'm absolutely going to be streaming that for you, if not next week, then the week after. Whether or not we play it for more than a day, I don't know, but I had a little look into it, and it perfectly encapsulates the OG Yakuza games and how you can basically offset budget by being weird. Oh yeah, Fearless. Who Framed Roger Rabbit also blows my tiny mind. Oh yeah, so Angel Kalina 1, there's a Space Jam 2. It is even more unhinged, and definitely implies that Rick and Morty and the Looney Tunes are in the same universe, which I didn't even need. Okay, the Chip and Dale movie, that was absolutely unhinged, but in a good way. And Legend, I'd completely forgotten about Shaq Fu. Wait, which is the one where Shaq was the genie? Is that real? So here's the problem, is that it starts getting into the fringes of things that may or may not have been a joke in Homestuck. Well, that's where my brain starts kind of unraveling. Oh, Kazam was the Shaq movie. The fact that it wasn't called Shaq-Zam is a absolute travesty, but there you go. And Fencer, I think... Wait, no, wasn't it you that told me about the Twitch integration stuff? I'm very glad they put it up on the workshop. We'll definitely have to do a run of that at some point. Earthman Dave, if only it were a bit. If only it were a bit. I wish it were, my friend. I wish it were. And Fiona's cooking up something at the moment that just smells incredible, so I'm trying to focus. Yeah, the world of copyright and trademarks and all that nonsense is fucking wild, and with video games we don't tend to deal with them because it was decided that you could not copyright or trademark game mechanics. However, there have been some instances of people patenting things that have been considered patentable, with obviously the famous two being the video games during mini games during loading screens, which Konami held patent for a while, which I believe has now lapsed, so you can do whatever the heck you want, and the other one being the Nemesis system. Of course, the irony being that something like the Nemesis system is incredibly easy to fake, so you could essentially make your own not the Nemesis system and go from there. But it's pretty rare that we have to deal with like trademark, copyright, etc. in that regard in video games. In some regard, it's led to a lot of incredibly fresh ideas. Also, okay, so Verdant Flow. Tetris doesn't let people make Tetris games. Yes. But loads of people have found ways to get around that. I mean, shit, we've got a gajillion columns and bubble bubble and stuff like that. Like, Tetris didn't stop people from making block fall down puzzle game. It stopped people from just remaking and re-releasing Tetris. I mean, hell, Puzzle Fighter alone is worth discussing. And at some point, I want to sit down and get good at the Gundam puzzle, because that does the opposite, where you're actually trying to avoid. Oh, did you overheat? Oh, flumpy boy. This is Amos's new thing now. He goes outside and sits in the sun until he overheats, and then he just comes and lies in here where it's nice and cool. That's my flumpy boy. Mr. Victor Flumps. He's been a little bit of a terror the last couple of days. So I'm just happy to see him calm. As I was telling you all, like, he's doing much better health-wise. And it's lovely to see him happy and bouncing around again. So now it's just trying to balance, you know, working full-time and having a dog that looking after is a full-time job, you know what I mean? Yeah, he's a happy pupper again, which is lovely to see. You know, he doesn't have to wear his cone all the time. Though we do put his soft cone on when he goes to bed, so he doesn't, like, chew through his bloody leg when we're not looking. Angel Cleaner, his allergies are much better under control. So we found meds that work. He's on a very controlled diet. Like, he's doing good. Oh, I mean, Legend, I could stand to be better, but the only way I could be better is more hours in a day, you know? But, I mean, Fiona's working with him on the daily, so it's not like he's just being left to his own devices. And every time I think about selling him to a wizard, he'll do something really fucking cute, and I'm like, god damn it. Like, not this morning, but yesterday, like, I woke up and he kind of wiggled his way under my arm, and he was just getting cuddles, and I'm like, oh shit, that's cute. Legend, isn't that the plot of Sunless Skies? Donating hours. Oh, and Fearless, like, things have been very manic over here, but we'll definitely have peeps around at some point in the next couple of weeks. Like, it took a little while than we It took longer than we expected to get COVID tests. That's why I didn't get like the all clear until when was it, Sunday? But yeah, you know, we're getting back to a point of, you know, being more social, hanging out with people's. It's with the amount of work it takes for both myself and Fiona keeping this place upright and looking after the herd and getting to hang out with all of you lot on the daily, like, it's a lot. And GDC was a good reminder that I need to go and see people. I need to socialize, otherwise shit gets a bit loopy up in the old noggin, you know what I'm saying? Phyllis says they're losing access to the roommate's Tesla next week. Hey, you gotta do some fucking donuts, friend. And Phyllis, you're coming to D&D tonight, right? Like, we're gonna go see the D&D movie. You're coming to that, right? I'm just checking. Yeah, Legend, brains should have wrinkles, not loops. Or just really smooth. Just give me that good smooth brain. Angel Kalina with socializing? What's that? I mean, technically this is a form of socializing. Just with a nice, healthy barrier. Yeah, Verdant Flow, I need to GDC people. Yeah, you got me there. Yeah, he came on in, he was overheating, so he flumped. What are you cooking? Because it smells fucking amazing. Well, Fearless, I will send you the deets in just a second. I'm just going to tell the rest of the internet what we're up to, and then we're going from there.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
You need to GD cave in and buy more gunpla. Wait, what?
Haze Shift, thank you for 54 months. Friend, I am set for Gundams. Also, we're very broke at the moment, so I was whinging to Eric that Premium Bandai keeps taunting me with Gundam Aerial. But here's the thing, like, yes, things are scary right now in fiscal regards, but we're happy. And look how many fucking Gundams I've still got to put together. I am spoiled. You lot already spoiled me, like, Some of these are now like over 2 years old. And Haze Shift, let me flash you, free of mead point charge. This was the one I put together last night. I was getting stressed with the world, and so Fred and Squarepeg and Krill kept me company on Discord while I built this. It was a real good night, which then resulted in me oversleeping this morning. But there we go. Oh, see, Legend. There we go. The tide is paid. Gandam. Oh, you want another? Have you all seen the Liquid Death Gandam? Because that's the other one that's closest. Or I can show you the twins. Which would you prefer, Legend? I'll try and hold this up at the same time. Yeah, Wolfgrad, still 19 months till November. Oh, have you not seen the Liquid Death one? Alright, I'm really fucking proud of this one. This was my last airbrush job. And it wasn't meant to be a Liquid Death themed Gundam, but it just happened to pan out that way. I did the glow up for the big O. God, this camera does not do it justice. And so I went for like a gold marbling effect.
Social distancing, streamers and computer geeks were doing it before it was cool.
Yeah, we were already trained for this. Thank you for this. Yeah, so it didn't intend it to have a Liquid Death paint scheme, but it's how it came out. And thank you. I'm really proud of this one. So what I did for the marbling effect was I took dryer sheets that had been used and I slowly pulled them apart to create like a spider's web effect. Then clip it over and airbrush the gold over the black base coat to give it that kind of vibe. And like, it's not exactly what I was going for, but the details on it are really nice. I'm still trying to decide what I want to do for my next airbrushing project, because I've got the Gundam ready, but it's like I want to do something special with the technique. So yeah. Sorry, I could do it this year. Like, there's a lot of kits, but I could do it. Not all of them are going to be fancy hand paintbrush. Okay. Slices. I can't spell vertical. Hey Shift, how's your fucking backlog looking? Is there anyone here who might be able to clear all of their grey and or Gundam kits before November? Because if you can, like, more power to you, friends, but... Lost Flowers might. Air Dragon has one, so it's possible. Wolfgrad has some Lego backlog. Yeah, we still need to... we still need, I believe... Was it Quasi who sent in the custom Lego kits? Which we didn't get to building before we moved, and then... real life happens so much. So yeah, we definitely need to do some Gundam building. Yeah, Vanderbeest, details. We don't need to work out which November, just a November. Alright. Hang on, let me pause these jams. Because I want to get us at least set up in game in just a second. And I'm still I shall blep at you the thing, Fearless, and There was a couple of indie dev friends that I wanted to share this title with. Oh, they're going straight into it. Okay. I thought we had a couple more seconds before it starts, but I think... Oh, sorry. Actually, I haven't tried experimenting with color changing elements on a Gundam. Where's it showing my mouse?
Captain on the bridge.
Oh,
let's
Jackal! Welcome to the operations, Captain Shackle. We will be touching down in a few seconds. Oh,
we got 45 seconds to target.
Oh wow, okay, this is legit. Shackle. Thank you. Great.
Eyes up, check your equipment. We're approaching Sweden, or whatever's left of it.
Are you ready?
Back and wee!
Colonel, I've arrived at Outer Heaven. It's the Lale Lule Low.
Okay. Hang on. Let me see if I can plug in the controller. Otherwise, I'm going to kill my hands with this mouse sensitivity. And Fearless, I think it's actively going for a Metal Gear Solid vibe. Now, the reason why I wanted to show you this, friends, P-balls. Alright, I've got to use the mouse and keyboard. Alright.
The Lale Lule Snow?
The Lale Lule Snow? My god. Metal Gear.
Sorry. Hamsternator, you already know the answer to that question. What's the point of folding out the steps if you're going to flip out anyway? Because it's awesome! Alright, so while we're hanging out here in the snow, Shackle, thank you for... I mean, it feels...
Do you want to build a snowman?
Do you want to catch these hands? Sorry, Fearless Warcraft, thank you. I just wanted to say to Shackle, like, it feels a bit contrite just saying thank you for this sub spree. There's so many of you here that do so much keeping our little operation going that I never want to sound like that skit from Bo Burnham of like, thank you for the 54 months. But thank you. Alright. Okay. Oh, now, there is a very specific reason why I wanted to share this with you all today. Throughout every video game person's life, you will come up with great ideas and great pitches that will never end up going anywhere. As much as a concept can be brilliant, as much as the vertical slices can be excellent, maybe you can't find funding, maybe the team evaporates, maybe things don't happen like they're supposed to. But you know what? That doesn't mean that the thing that you created has no value. And I think we're reaching this point where consumer game literacy is so much higher than it used to be that users are entirely okay with what amounts to a collection of demos, like a little snippet of vertical slices, you know. shit. This seems fine. Friends, bear with me just a second whilst we're holding on this one, because I wanted to blep at some industry friendos. And send Phyllis info. Sorry. I have been thinking a lot about how creatives can take things they've made in places like itch.io and how they can bring them to a larger audience on Steam. And one of the big problems that a lot of these indies face is like the users being like, this isn't enough content to warrant a price tag. And yes, releasing titles like this one for free can be a good power move, but again, you're asking a lot of users to carry that through. Okay, what I just said was complete nonsense bollocks. Let me have another sip of coffee. What I am saying is this: if you create a bunch of weird shit on itch.io, it's very hard to just port those over to Steam and make a profit. But if you took all of your weird shit that you made on itch, gave it this kind of like thematic wrapper. By thematic wrapper, I don't mean Vanilla Ice. I mean like something that is engaging, that brings everything together. You know, we saw it with the DreadX collection, and it worked very well. But that's not a viable business model for a lot of people. Like, you can't sit down and make fucking 20 tiny horror games. You'd end up burning yourself out in a different way. And sorry, I think, you know, the old PS2 and PS1 demo discs is a really good point. In fact, the Haunted PS1 collection is a really good example of... Wolfgrad, you're welcome. Is a really good example of that kind of creativity in a space. The problem being, one, the Haunted tag is very limited. And two, the Haunted PS1 collection is a disconjointed group of lots of creators all over the place. What I'm saying is, why don't you make 5 or 6 Game Jam sized games and then put them together in a wrap? Like, what we saw with the SCP stories as well, that did such a good job of using different styles and different kinds of games to carry a narrative through and to keep the audience's attention. You know, sometimes a game doesn't have a good, strong gameplay. It's only interesting for about 10 or 15 minutes. And that isn't something you can turn into a product on Steam, unless you get a shitload of things that are only interesting for 15 minutes, bundle them together. You know, I keep referencing spooky stuff because the DreadX collection and the PS1 Haunted nonsense, but looking at it like horror anthologies, or like Tales from the Crypt, where you have the Crypt Keeper, you know, this big old zombie puppet, essentially becomes the through narrative. Or, okay, better yet, Jonathan Frakes in Believe It or Not. You know, they're all tiny self-contained stories. The through line is having Riker doing weird shit and asking you strange questions. Love, Death and Robots is good, but again, that needed more interconnected tissue. Love, Death and Robots slaps, and I recommend watching them because in terms of like inspiration for games, fucking great. Hell, there's a team that's making the mechs as like planetary farmers game. Sadly, it did get delayed, but it's a good setup. Fearless, Essays on Empathy is a fucking outstanding example of that. If you haven't seen it, it's the same team that made the Red Strings Club, and it's all the prototypes and mini games and things that they tried to put together and either didn't fit one of their existing games or wasn't enough to turn into a full game. I would say that their wrapper isn't great. I think they needed something thematic to tie it together, but it isn't bad. Anyway. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with pushing the bagel. example, let's look at what we've been given here, right? So we've had a faux military introduction. We've been introduced to a ridiculous character. We know by the fact they did 3 flips out of a helicopter, which is not safe. But we've got this kind of like Metal Gear Solid vibe. And from what little dialogue we've been given, it's like, we're coming up in Sweden, or what's left of it. Invoking to the character that this is either like post-humanity, post-apocalyptic, or like post-conflict. But it gives us a sense of... It gives us stakes and trepidation. Oh, so Jam, here's a fun thing. With Love, Death, and Robots, the order is scrambled from person to person, so your last episode isn't my last episode. Hamsternator's post-Sweden. As a Swede, this worries me. Well, also, I mean, from an American audience, Sweden isn't often mentioned in, you know, spy thrillers or conflict or whatever. So the idea of implying that Sweden, or what's left of it, will definitely give at least an American audience pause for thought. Because no one's going to be like, oh, you know, Sweden created a kaiju and attacked the world. More the case of like, what the fuck happened to Sweden? Nobody hates Sweden. Cyrus says, I wonder how the Goosebumps books would work as a game. I'm surprised there hasn't been any adaptation so far, but I think it's because creating a first-person horror experience of the Goosebumps games would put them out of the scope of them being children's properties. I know the one of the things that they really struggled with the Goosebumps movie was trying not to make it good horror and trying to keep it like kid/family friendly. So that would be the challenge, is like, how do you make a game that is pretty fear-inflicting that doesn't actually scare the hot piss out of children? Because, yo, if you didn't read all the Goosebumps books or watch the show back in the day, some of those episodes were fucking haunting. The one about worms still haunts me to this day. Because, yeah, sorry, each one is a story in its own, and the advantage that books has over games is that you can have an interesting story where nothing happened. Sorry, you can have an interesting novel where fucking nothing happens for quite some time. Video games are an engaged medium, so after a certain amount of time of just characters talking to each other, players check out. MGS4 is a great example of that. Yeah, and Fearless, again, that's a real good point. The entrance to the facility we came through seemed to be created by a machine. It was definitely non-standard. And the area we're in right now doesn't have the trappings of a military facility or anything like that. There's no guardrail. There's nothing safe. It's clearly mechanical, but it does not feel like it's made for people. You know what I mean? And here's the thing. This is very simple from a creation standpoint. Artistically, it's doing a ton of heavy lifting with very little. In terms of like the actual time it would take to develop this, you know, it's a lot less than creating like a full-on action setup. Ah, Scarred, forget Norway. And one of the other things that video games can do that's much harder for a lot of other mediums is things like this. Impossible environments. Like, okay, these are all drawers, right? Like your standard kind of filing setups. And yet, how is it possible to access any of these? Like, if we stop and look at this from a realistic standpoint, this is an impossible environment. Who made it? Why did they make it? What is it? You know what I mean? And especially as we get down to this detailed era, we've got, like, these are the different games we'll be plugging in and locking in, but, like, the implication that in each of these there is a file with a disk and a setup. Drones powered by orphan brains. Ah, I see you all have been playing some Metal Gear Solid Revengeance. It's like everything good in the world. I just need to grab some ketchup. What? Fiona brought me a bacon sarnie. It needs ketchup. Hang on. Everything's happening a lot. Fiona. Thank you. That's really fucking lovely of you. Sorry. My manners are apparently falling out of my fucking head right now. So, bear with me just a second, friends. Thank you. Alright. Sorry about that. Sorry, little Gundam, I'm going to move you out of the way. I have a bacon sarnie, which means I'm extremely happy. Yeah, so we're talking about, like, thematic wrappers. And again, this isn't a complex environment. Like, the amount of interactions we have is pretty limited. It's doing a lot of heavy lifting with lighting and the texture of the gajillion drawers, right? Okay, so what have we got? We've got ahead Tabs 2017, which I believe is an early prototype of Totally Accurate Battle Simulator. We've got Physics Survival, Creepy Robots. Just shout out if you hear one you like. We've got Physics Fighter. We've got Rectangles, as in wrecked. We've got Walking House Game. Ooh, I kind of like Walking House Game. We've got RTS Card Game. That upside down one is called, like, Playful. Robots Forever 2. What's this one? This one is Counts and Stakes. This one is Can You Physics Everything? Medieval America. Action Brawl. Blob Game. Anything for My Pals. Missile Game. This one's Airships 2. Oh, and we already saw Action Brawl. And this one is Post Game. We've got Rounds 3D. And Plane. Alright. Okay. Asari and Wolfcrad want Leggy House, so let's do Leggy House to start with. Walking House Game. And I can add my Sonny. Alright. Please remember me as I was, friends. This is going to be a glorious mess. Oh, okay. So it literally is a launcher. Like, this is a separate game that's been launched on top of what we were already playing. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is super rough and ready. So we've got move house with the arrows. Okay, that's fucking cool. Fire the house cannons, P. Both! There isn't any sound on this. But this is a proper vertical slice, friends. Like, this is the kind of stuff that you would take to a publisher and be like, yo, I want to make this game about a moving house. It's covered in cannons. Badoom! I'll just have to make the noises for us. And then we can lower the house by hitting M. Okay. Yeah, Will's moving castle. I'm going to put some smooth jams on whilst we're doing this. Just because I feel it needs some... It needs something behind it. Yeah, some of the Final Fantasy jams. There we go. Will's moving castle. Alright, are we down? Okay, no, now we're up. So we'll put the castle... We'll put the house down. And then I want to have a look to see... Okay, I think we can get back in from here. Yeah, we can get back in from here. So yeah, check out this, like, mech Baba Yaga setup. Now, it's interesting that this one didn't see... Oh, sorry, friends. Verdon says, how do you differentiate between a vertical slice and a prototype? A prototype will never be seen by anyone outside the space, but a vertical slice might be. Oh shit, you can see I'm the standard Unity bean. And Fearless, no, I think the Scarab is definitely a good example. I mean, shit, it still blows my mind how good the Scarabs were. Okay, so we have belt. Wall. And gun. Bam, bam, bam! Oh, shit! This gun's got some oomph to it. Okay. But yeah, so, Verdon, a prototype would be just an internal build to see, is it viable and is it fun? Oh! Angel, it's entirely fine. We've all been there, do no worry. But yeah, we have remote control essentially on our house. So we can use the arrow keys even from here to move it around. Oh boy! Bam! Who's a good house? Who's a good house? Hamsonator. Not only do we steal Baba Yaga's house, we also put a fucking cannon on it. It definitely needs like a... Sorry, got ketchup all over my face. It definitely needs a drop down here at the front. But we got the little, like, entryway back here, so that's cool. And Fearless, I don't disagree. Like, a prototype is a proof of concept, right? Can we make this, is this fun? A vertical slice wouldn't have any of the default textures that this has. And it absolutely would have, like, audio and sound and stuff. Also, the collisions are more than a bit janky. Sorry, and Sadlin, one of the few good things about Atomic Heart was the Baba Yaga type who has a floating, flying super cottage which is covered in jets and guns and lands with. Oh no! No! Leave me alone! We're under attack! Oh, we are not prepared for this. No! This peaceful music does not fit! Get out of here. You win this round, asshole turret. Trying to get out of its range. I mean, there's no health, and I don't know if there's destructible elements in this yet. So let's see if our vehicle took... Oh, our house took any damage. Okay. So there's no destructible elements on the... Oh, no, I guess this... I can't remember if this was open or not. Oh, that looks bad. Okay, but we can still repair it. So that's not too bad. Oh, I did not mean to do that. I accidentally put a belt inside of our house. It's fine. Damn, that thing's just firing away. But sorry, jumping back. Yeah, so the difference between a prototype and a vertical slice is that a vertical slice will be shown to people, and dependent on how much time and resources you have, will be as close to finished as possible. A prototype just needs to be functional enough to get a sense of whether or not what you're making is going to be fun, and are you going to enjoy making it? Are users going to enjoy playing it? You know what I mean? So it doesn't matter that there's no sound. It doesn't matter that it's a bit janky and broken, or that I just accidentally made a massive... What the heck are you guys? That I accidentally made a massive feckin' conveyor belt halfway across the map. It's fine. Everything's fine. Let me go check out what this area of interest is. I mean, personally, I love the idea of creating, like, movable bases and things like that. It's one of the things that I think Pacific Drive is going to do super well, in that your base is also your main mode of transportation. I think is a great way to solve some of the more boring parts of the craft and survival space. But it's worth saying, friends, that vertical slices can be super polished. Like, I can't talk about what project it was, but, you know, one of the ones I saw at CA back in the day was basically a full-on mini-game, complete with, like, voice acting, bespoke animations, visuals, the whole shebang. It was gorgeous. Big turret is big mad. I'm not sure what this laser is all about. Okay. So I guess currently this thing's just a big threat. Alright. Like, I guess let's go back to the house and just explore some more of this world. River, don't be an arse. So yeah, Fencer, the Colonial Marines vertical slice is an example of, at least when the intention is that the vertical slice will also be a part of the game. It very rarely happens, but yeah, if you've ever played a AAA game and you are suddenly struck by one specific section of the game is incredibly well put together and incredibly pretty, it's probably because that was the vertical slice, or was intended to be like a press demo or something. Now, Eagle Lives, thank you, that is a very concise way of putting it. A vertical slice is intended to be a valid representation of the game you're making. It's a very specific thing. A prototype, it's not one thing. It could be lots of things. It could be a technical prototype, it can be like testing out a feature, it can be, you know, hell, for like, especially for multiplayer mechanics and things like that, it can just be a viability test. Like, can we make the thing do the thing before we commit all of our fucking time and resources? Alright, let's go for a walk. Okay, that's pretty cool. Let's see if this thing actually goes out into the water. Oh no, it does not like the water. Okay. Oh no! Oh fuck! I have fucked up! I have fucked up now! So long! I guess I'm going to space! I'll always remember you! Yeah, we'll just fire a couple of rounds off. Orbital bombardment house! Oh, damn. Try to see the impacts without falling off. Now, I'd be very interested to know why they didn't...
Putting the vertical in slice.
Nearly made me inhale my sandwich there, but Vanderbeest, thank you. Ah, no! I'll always remember you, house! I'll always remember you! Clonk! Oh, fuck. Yeah. This, dear friends, is absolutely a vertical slice. Okay. Yeah, we got to bounce out of that one. Okay. But here's the thing, like, that's usually something that just stays on somebody's archives for 1,000 years and is fondly talked about by teams, but never really goes anywhere. I'd love to talk to the team behind this and see, like, why didn't they go ahead with this particular one? Because at least I can see how it would come together. Sorry. I literally bit off more than I could chew there. Because, okay, you say you want robots. Now, do you want creepy robots or robots 2? Where was it? You want robots 2. Alright, where was it? Physics everything. Robots Forever 2. Here we go. Alright. Let me just finish Masani. But no, I was going to mention that we played, not Volcanoid. Yeah, it was Volcanoids, where you have like a snake drill, and you have to survive like repeated volcanic eruptions by drilling underground. And again, your vehicle is also your base. That when you stop and unfold it, like turrets fold out and, you know, resource drills and things like that. Okay. Scarborough saying they've enjoyed Volcanoids with a partner. Lovely. All right. Welcome to Robots 2. 1 versus 1. Okay. So move around. F to pick up. Oh. 1 revolver. Oh. That revolver ocelot reload. Okay. 1 versus more. Unfortunately, the mouse isn't locked to the... Oh, this is going to be tricky. The mouse isn't locked to the window. Hopefully this will... Nah. Meaning that the reason it wasn't shooting there was because I kept looking outside the map. So I have to just turn right. I'm going to be able to shoot. Love the revolver ocelot reload though. See, the thing is, I can see with this why this didn't go anywhere. Because, I mean, this is fun, but like, what else is there to this? You know what I mean? Like, it shows really good destructive tech, but... Like, these little robots will keep going until they are put down. But the thing I'd be curious about is, like, where's the game? I'm gonna do these little reversey-pursey spins. Guess it balances. Like, this is a really good example of like gameplay prototype. So these mechanics could be put into another title. So if we took like the shoot gun mechanics and the robots of this and combined it with the mobile house base, then we start to get something. Yeah, Gideon, you're right. They are fully modular. That's fucking useful. But there isn't a complete game here. You know what I'm saying? And Keldra, do nay worry, it's lovely to see you. Watto and welcome. Oh yeah, and Phyllis, the circular spin is fucking styling, but honestly, it's just an indication of a reload. There's no anim. It's just the model going whoop, 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 whoop. Which again, fucking economy of work. The speed of reload is woohoo! Fucking yo. Ooh, tracked. No, Mia Torta. The weapons are random, and there might be There might be a slight power problem with the fucking shoddy. Colonel! Nope. Artillery. But yeah, like, this is what I would definitely call a prototype. You know what I mean? You wouldn't show this to a publisher and go, give me money. But as an internal demonstration of, like, destructible robots and gameplay, it's very good. Feels good, sounds good. You know, the AK model is the only one they're really using at the moment, but, like... Yeah, I know, mate. Alright, here we go. Now I've got something to work with. Boom! Woo! Independent of the main body. The boost. Because the mouse keeps going out of the space, it keeps changing the audio on the fucking the tunes we had in the background. Oh, really? We're done with losing and testing now. And this is what we were talking about on Friday night with the GDC of Thieves. I win! Yay! I'm a winner! Da 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 da. Yeah, Dave, the game get loud. There's no audio pass or balancing at this point. It says now press 2. All right. Ooh. Okay. So they've made a couple of different environments to show like how this might work in an open battle. But yeah, seriously, combining this combat with the Baba Yaga mecha house could work really effectively well. Honestly, I would have loved to have seen a combat system like this combined with Generation Zero. Though I do need to go back to Generation Zero because I feel that game, and to look at titles that have been supported long after launch. I have to keep spinning right. That's the only problem. Oh no, yeah, no, Legend. I absolutely understand. No, I know you weren't saying like asset pack bad use, and you're right. Like, look at the fidelity on this not AK comparable to the rest of their gun models. Like night and bloody day. All right, now let's try 3. The desert environment. Revolver's fun, but this is better. Oh, what's that big thing? But yeah, here's the thing. Like, if I saw this on itch, I would be like, oh, this is an interesting kind of semi-proof concept. How curious. I wouldn't hate it, and oh, fuck. That is fantastic. No, stop changing the audio! I need to shoot! Not die! But also the fact that, like, taking out the legs genuinely does affect them. It doesn't stop them, but it affects them. Okay, and then let's try Dark Forest, then Dry Forest. Oh, this AK shoots missiles, apparently. I guess they're giving us more ridiculous weapons. I guess they're not showing like interactions with larger mechs and how that might work. But like, as I said earlier, like, a full game this doesn't take. It still needs something. So combining all of this stuff together. Why is it so loud for you lot? It's so quiet for me. Oh. See, the reason why it was so loud for you lot is because the controls were jangly as fuck. It had turned down the audio for me, so I'm like, wow, this game's really quiet. You'd think all the explosions would be super loud. Nah, it's because if you check the volume controls, I was down to 4. Oh, video games. Am I right? No! No! Don't do it. Yeah. That was... Well, so Ludo History, I got a 4. You all got the full uncensored amount of Ducker. So I do apologize for the audio spam there. And like Fencer, it's just... The flip side is like compact testing is complicated. It is one of the hardest things you've got to do in video games. And sometimes, especially if you have, you know, this setup is also streaming in real time. That adds a whole level of extra complications to it. So, like, I'm not holding anything against it, you know? Alright, you got to pick a couple. I'm going to pick the next one. So that is Robots Forever 2. That's the one we just did. Rounds 3D. Let's take the video game Rounds and put it in 3D. But yeah, so what I was saying, which you might not have heard over the gunfire, was that last game was very good, but it was a very good example. That was a perfect prototype. So it need more people for this. Okay. Alright, so this one doesn't have the same problem, but it doesn't have audio. Oh god. Welcome to Rounds 3D. This is very hectic. If you haven't played Rounds, honestly, the best thing to do is watch Floydo and DJ play it. That is the best way to experience Rounds. And I guess this was a prototype to see if it was fun to play in 3D, which it really kind of isn't. It feels like a floatier, weirder... I don't know. Did any of you all play the South Park game in the N64? It feels like that. I think it's the faux fart clouds and the terrain. Ludo History, then I see you are a person of taste. Oh no, and Fencer, like, too much robots, especially when we're talking about, like, FPS games, it is fucking fresh. It's absolutely fucking fresh. The destructible elements on the robots seems like a really good starting point. And again, like, combining it with one of their other prototypes seems like a power play. But it's also easy to judge these things from the sidelines. Oh, actually, another one I want to do. I want to do Airships 2. Oh, Airships. So, yeah. Oh. Here we go. Alright. so this seems similar to... Okay, so select item. We got beam, wood, propeller, big propeller, up controller, turn controller, speed controller, Gatling, radar, and rangefinder. Alright, there's no tunes on this one, so put some more smooth jams in the background. This seems to be a construct your own airplane title. Now, I didn't work on it directly, but I was tangentially involved in a game called... Oh my god, how have I forgotten the name of it? Oh, it was Boss's online game, which was all about airships. Fuck. Don't drink gin, friends. It melts your brain. Anyway, I was tangentially involved in a title that had you, like, not Guns of Icarus. Oh, wow. Yeah. This might be a span too technical for us. Because, yeah, this is definitely a prototype to see if one could create. So use levers is scroll. Okay. No offense, so it wasn't Guns of Icarus. As cool as Bossa is, they did not make Guns of Icarus. Alright, so we got speed. And let's try giving ourselves some lift. Alright, so we don't have lift. Does that mean we need... Okay, so for this one, we'd probably need... Okay. So if we can sit anything underneath, we can sure as heck try. So we've now got speed and we've got rotation. We don't have... Oh, you're right. We need a propeller. Oh no, so the propellers are for rotation and the big propeller is for speed. But anyway, sorry. As you can see, friends, this is a prototype to essentially create like a Sea of Thieves style airship. You notice that like the speed control, rotation, lift are all separate stations to be manned, and that is feckin' fascinating. Oh, okay. So some rangefinders, the whole shebang. All right. And a gun. Never have too much gun. Yeah, so at the moment this thing has no way of lifting off, but at least it's an interesting contraption. With prototypes like this, the real problem happens when you are attempting to... When you're attempting to make these things work in multiplayer. Like, there's a very good reason why Sea of Thieves ships are, like, one of 3 standard designs, you know. users can't place non-cosmetic things aboard their vessels. It does not get too complex. Because users could create just about anything, which seems great until you put a whole bunch of users make anything in the same space. But this is fascinating. Fence is saying that on the Landfall Archives Discord, there's a lot of people's creations of this, which I think that's a thing to look at later. And Amol, then, the TTP on this is lengthy but not impossible. Oh, and sorry, I guess for those of you who might be new here, TTP is an industry term. It's not just me being crass. And it's time to penis. It is how long it takes a user to make genitalia when given access to any creation tools. Because, like, given enough time and enthusiasm, a user will always make a penis. Always. But if that time is so lengthy that your moderation team can squish it, stop it, or not care, then it's fine. But yeah. The other problem with these kind of like crafting your own vehicle titles, especially things involving boats or involving airships and whatnot, is like, how do you balance the world and the experience? If you haven't seen it, Salt on Steam, which is kind of like an indie single-player Sea of Thieves, is struggling against those challenges. Like, how do you provide content for the user moving forward if it's not a big multiplayer experience? If it is a big multiplayer experience, this kind of crafting title hits up upon a problem of, like, essentially, if you're in Eve, Fleet Doctrine, or for those of you in the CCG world, the meta, but essentially certain builds end up being the best. And very rarely are they the good builds. They're usually janking the system somehow. I know RoboCraft and a few of the other titles like that really struggled against it. I'm not even 100% sure if they came up with anything to solve it. Crossout, the Mad Max build your own car game, also had a similar kind of problem. So I can understand why this stayed in the prototyping phase, but it's very impressive. And this is what's so fucking wild about this, is obviously I can't talk about it, but loads of games have created loads of games companies have created prototypes like this. They just never went anywhere, and that's fine. Like, it doesn't all have to gone guns on guns, miniguns. Sorry, not every prototype has to make it. Sometimes it is a smart studio lead's job to have a look at the prototypes and decide, are we going to go ahead with this or not? And I can understand why this didn't. But the reason why this collection is so important, and the reason why we're talking about this today, is that, yeah, most studios have a prototype like this sitting in fucking archive somewhere. And the difference is that Landfall have actually turned it into a thing that people can experience. Yeah, fire once, the whole thing explodes. Don't worry, I haven't worked out actually how to make any of the guns shoot. So we are safe.
I added a minigun. Did you say a minigun? No, I said what I said.
Did I stutter? No. That's right, I put the propeller in the speed space. Oh shit, we're going! Woohoo! I'm skimming! I'm skimming! I'm flying! Increase speed! I have made a very poorly designed vehicle! I am a genius, said the Wright brothers, shortly before their own creation of many miniguns killed them all. Whee! Whee! But it's okay, friends, if you want to just take a moment to bask in my genius. That's entirely okay. Like, you're allowed to do that. We're zooming! It's working! Yeah, no idea how shoot. No idea how am shoot. Whoop! Give me a little haircut there. Now this is pod racing! I'm not sorry.
Genius.
Yeah, that's me. I'm a genius. Sorry, puns and Vanderbeest. Fucking thank you. It's very interesting that they didn't charge like $2 for the Landfall Archives. But I understand why, because like, setting user expectation, if it's free and it's all prototypes and it bugs out, no one's mad. If you spent money on it, yes, that people might be a bit grumpier. But if instead of like putting, because I think there's 22 prototypes in this, if instead of that, you put together like 5 or 6 and just spent a bit of extra time like working on stability, like, that's a smart play. Alright, so we got Physics Survival. Sorry, jumping on to the next title. Physics Fighter. Which one was this one? Oh, that's Walking House. Can you physics everything? That sounds like a fun threat and a challenge. Woo! Let's throw some of the ones we've done over this way. Well, we haven't done creepy robots yet. But anyway, can you physics everything? Asking the important questions in this world. But yeah, I keep thinking of friendos that do stuff, especially on like itch.io and spaces like that, and how we could take their collection of works and demos and turn them into something like this. Okay, so the only control we have is clicking the left mouse button. All right. Who is Willem Nulund? I worked on Totally Accurate Battle Simulator, Totally Accurate Battlegrounds, Fight Stick, the game, and Cluster Truck. Spring Damper, code velocity plus equals target value spring. Oh, shit! So this is how this particular person created a whole bunch of physics stuff inside the game. For those of you that are programmers by trade will probably be like, oh, no, that makes sense. But, you know, I'm not. I know enough to know how to get myself in trouble. Yeah, and Ludo History, the aesthetic of the archive is fucking fantastic. It makes us want to know more. This whole thing is inspired. UI, can you physics? Spawn. Thanks for coming to my talk. Do you overheat again? Hello, baby boy. He's so cooked. Yes, I am a massive child. Note to future Willem, remember to add funny text. Can you physics screen shake? Oh! I have made severe mistakes. Okay, there we go. Oh no, I have... Okay, there we go. Okay, this is fucking great. Showing us the amount of Y shake and Z shake on all these different effects, which we can then tweak the impact depending on what we want to see. God, that's fucking cool. What else have you got for us? Oh, it's just those two. Okay. Ludo history, again, that's not something to underestimate. Like, the fact that this has a power. Oh, who wants arrow wobble? So here's the question, like, to wobble or not to wobble? And yeah, Kaitish, that's not a bad shout, like, comparing this to someone like, you know, Mark Brown's essay stuff. Also, I finally got to meet him at GDC. It was fucking cool. I keep meaning to invite him on the show, but... I know the Game Maker peeps were very keen to meet with him, which was real funny. Alright, Ludo History, I shall try and increase the amount of wobble. Physics prop placement. Oh, okay. Oh, no, back up. So this is apparently using, like, physics elements to then place objects for prop placement. It seems a pretty good way to create, like, organic environments. The ones that don't make it get bounced around until they settle. God, this would be really handy for... Yeah, this would be extremely handy for creating something very quickly. Yeah, and that's it. That's Can You Physics. So, to recap, this whole tiny experience was somebody from the Landfall team taking us through their physics interactions, how they produce them and what they use them for in-game. That's pretty fucking cool. Alright, let me just move on over here for a second. Oh, Scott, are you heading out? Because, thank you kindly for the bits. Here I am just geeking out over being able to see other teams' vertical slices. Like, this is cool. Oh, and now the mouse has gone janky again. There we go, that's better. So we've got action.
Just noticed the new midpoint goals. Challenge accepted.
Kelja, you are... I mean, you're welcome to work towards the grand calcium bonio golden dab. Let's see what medieval America is. We're slowly adding more stuff to like the midpoint system. So if you have any ideas, thoughts, or feels, throw them on in. Dabs will be returning on Longship Day. I'm just preparing myself to have dead arms. I'm just preparing myself for agony. That's the long and short of it. Well, Scott, I hope your headache passes easily. Lizzie wants to see again. All right, Lizzie, do you want the... Do you want the Liquid Death Gundam, the newest one I built, or do you want to see the twins? Okay. Quick match. Oh, God. Am I winning? What is happening? Oh my God, it's stick fight, but IRL. That IRL, FPS. So I'm playing against somebody out there in the world.
Joke's on you, kiddo. I've got gun.
Ha-ha! Survive that, Dingleberry! Yeah! No, 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 no. I'm gonna win. Shoot at the pillars. Ha-ha! I win again. They are not very good. Oh, we have a shield as well. Oh, new opponent. Like, I can't see this taking off because this is woefully unfair, but still. Haha! Oh, fuck! Whee! How are they still alive?
How long until you have a reward that's Mobile Suit Gundam?
Well, I mean... Oh, now we're going to have Mobile Suit Gundam because it'd be criminal not to. I am not if... What's this? No! Okay, so Smash Brothers rules apply. So I don't know how we... Where are you and why aren't you dead? Okay. How do I pick this up? Oh, here we go. This is literally stick fight FPS. Aha! A worthy opponent! Get there, Fork. How is he not dead? Fine. Oh, God. For any of you with motion sickness, I am sorry. Right, what have we got here? More gun. Alright, I know you're still here. I can hear him putzing around. All right, so
Amos.
so what is Mobile Suit Gundam going to be? Okay, and Lizzie, I will show you the twins in just a second. It's not a euphemism. God damn it, why won't this guy fucking die? Sorry, I've become immediately incredibly competitive. This game does to me. No! Fucking ambushed. There you are. I know you're there. No! No! It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. The words of the Dalai Lama. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to finish that sentence. All right. Okay. I'm gonna quit out of this one because otherwise, I don't know if you could all see that was getting its tendrils in. So, as per Lizzie's request, introducing the twins. So these were the Uniqlo kits that I got from Eric. Well, that is to say, Eric picked up a bunch of these kits from Japan, where they are a lot less expensive. And so I decided to get two in these, like, alternate colours. And they're feckin' cool. So, once again, the camera is not doing the little details justice, especially... But the red on this Mother Hubbard is incredibly bright. Same as this one. It's a better shade than the usual. So yeah, introducing the twins. Oh yeah, so Alanus, what you're suggesting is basically I do like the pilot from G Gundam. My love, my sorrow, and all my anger. Plant plane. Post game. Anything for my pals. This one's gonna be weird. Yeah, Fearless, it's both of these Gundams. It writes itself. So what do you think, Lizzie? Was it worth the wait to see these two back to back, buddy copping it up? I actually need to make a little video about them at some point, but I haven't had a chance. Oh, but yeah, friends, I can see why they didn't do that. Like, it was very nauseating trying to play stick fight in first person, but oh. So it's enter to write commands. Hello. Oh.
Hug. Glow. Follow.
Oh God!
Oh, my
I don't like this. Thanks, I hate it.
Push.
Of course, commanded.
Night, night.
Night, night.
Acceptable course of action.
Oh, well, I've got to tell him to wobble.
Wobble.
Wobble, 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 wobble. Yeah.
With me.
You will kill me.
Yeah, this is like sinister Pikmin. Not sure I'm enjoying this. Oh, this is Moomin tier creepy. You know what I mean?
Illuminate.
I don't know.
This is making me feel gross. All right. So there's no run. Is there sprint?
Yes, please. I sure grilled me.
With me.
I agree. I don't know.
Guineas, don't encourage this. All right, come on, you can make it, kids. You can do it. Oh, they are super dead. Oh no! Personal space here. Personal space. Yeah, Jam, this does feel like that one section in Inside, but not in a good way. Kathleen says, how far the commands work? Oh, there's no sprint or run or fly. There's follow, walk. I think I can tell them to lie down. I'm not sure on range.
Lie down.
Acceptable. I guess I agree. I don't know.
Follow.
Acceptable course of action.
Yes.
Okay, so I just need an acceptable amount of these wibbly nightmares to make it through.
Acceptable course of action.
Oh, I don't know what it is about this. It makes me want to take a shower.
I guess I agree. I don't know.
What are you doing, Amos? Why have you got guilty face? Okay, you can flump in here.
Follow.
Okay, the range on it seems pretty good. Earthman Dave, excuse me, some of my best friends are wibbly nightmares. Little peepee monster.
Waffles, lie down.
Orb says lie down.
No. Jump. Correct. Stand still.
Lie down.
Yes, please.
No. Lie down.
Illuminate.
Correct. The orb says stand still.
Push.
there's no attack or...
Correct.
With me.
Yes.
Oh, those two are dead. Don't worry about it. Currently, I can't make them kill, which might be for the better. But yeah, this is also giving me some serious, like, liminal... Some serious liminal space vibes. Very controlled. They have no sense of self! Alright, well I guess that's where we're going. Did I just fail? I'm not enjoying all these faces looking at me. I'm just... You know what? I think we've experienced as much of this as we need to. Let's go back. Oh boy. Oh boy, that's gonna give me nightmares. I'm gonna wake up seeing those little faces. And I'm gonna wish I fucking hadn't. Alright. So we've got Blob Game, Action Brawl, we've got... What's Missile Game? You must finish these. Well, in 7 days, you will die. It's fucking Ringu type shit. But again, one of the problems with a lot of the liminal space games, especially on... oh, sorry. Move with Wassard. Oh! I'm a missile. That's it. That's it. I'm just a missile. So it's kind of... Voktoro! So it's basically... What is it? Smash the castle. Ah, there we go! Yeah, it's basically Smash This Castle first-person missile edition. Or what was the building game we played a while back? Also, sorry, bear with me a second, friends. Because I definitely need some more upbeat jams, otherwise it's going to be nap time for Will, and nobody wants that. Okay, there we go. Hello, Amos. Little terror. Oh, and we do get multiple missiles, okay. Boosh! Now let's see if that takes the support out to get it to fall on the rest of it. Guess not. Yeah, so for all intents and purposes, this is just... Yeah, Smash the Castle, but with missiles. Although this one seems to be bugged, because the buildings aren't falling, and I guess until we start getting it going. Alright. So what's clever about this one is it's using a bunch of different camera trickery to try and work out where the next interesting thing is going to happen. So that's kind of curious. Apparently structural supports are for nerds. There we go. No, it has frozen again. Alright. Sorry, friends, I keep losing my train of thought. I guess it's because we're jumping from title to title and I'm trying to deconstruct all of them. Like, this isn't a full game. Like, you can't really see where this is going to go. Sorry, you can see exactly where this is going to go, and it's fine, you know. It doesn't do a lot that we haven't seen in, like, every subsequent Angry Birds title. And it is worth remembering that the game that inspired Angry Birds was a Flash, was an Armour Games Flash title that often gets left out of the history books. There we go. But what we're seeing here is a bunch of different... I'm trying to think how to phrase my words here, friends, and I apologise that I'm being a bit like... We've seen multiple types right now. So, the Walking House game, that to me feels like something that could have been taken to being a complete game, right? That feels like it could have been developed and worked on and become something real. The first-person stick fight is a good concept prototype that you don't know it sucks until you play it. And it's not that it was bad, per se. More the case that... it was... It just wasn't fun. Like, you can see people playing it for 2 seconds and going, cool, I can't play this competitively, all it's given me is motion sickness. And bad times bears. Ah. Although this is kind of cute, because it's making us basically do like a trench run. Trying to dodge all the falling goodies, and then hit this. And if we biff it... Yes, this is pretty cool. But with this one, again, I can't see more than a tiny amount of game in it. Shit, you know what we should have done today is we should have basically played Publisher. I tell you what, friends. I'm going to knock this over. Then I'm going to nip to Lou very quickly. Let's do that, alright? Today, we are going to be an indie publisher. And we're going to look at these titles. And we're going to go through why some of them will work and some of them won't. Because I think that's the... Like, Landfall has already made cash. They know what they're doing. They don't need our critique. How did I even get that through? Wait, wasn't Boom Blocks the one that Spielberg made? I need to knock this tower over. It's fucking mocking me. Oh, come on! And Mortal End wants to invest... Is that 100 or 10,000? Because you are not going to make $100,000 back on Creepy Blobman. Okay, Spielberg put his name on it, but made is probably a stretch. Okay. I need this thing to die. There we go. And I do like it's fucked to raw. Alright, it's looped back around now. Oh yeah, no, Fearless, like, when I'm not trying, I am surprisingly good at those. You know, I grew up on basically Descent was one of the few games. Oh, it's okay. Alnus is going to invest 200,000 in Creepy Blobman, and then we'll go from there. Okay, so Grand Take, I'd also like to hear that from Sadlin. So, right. Don't go anywhere. I desperately have to pee. I'll be back in a second. And then let's play Indie Publisher. Let's pretend that these are all vertical slice pictures that we're getting. And let's go through it like that. Because I think that's the way to do it. Thank you all for waiting. Apologies on that one. Okay. So, clear your minds. Clear your minds, dear friends. You are no longer the you of now. You are slipping into an altered dimension. Congratulations. You are now part of one of the hottest and hippest indie publishing labels. Just take a moment, breathe it in. What does indie publishing you look like? What are their hopes, their dreams, their aspirations? Okay? Like, if you need to come up with a publisher persona, that's fine. You know, we're like Ledolva Digital. I don't know. Fuck it, we'll come up with something. Once you're in that mindset, let's start going over these titles and really looking at them. So we're going to talk about a couple that we played, and then as we move on over, we'll give the same attention to the titles we're playing. Now, again, Landfall is already a successful little team. They don't need our help. We're not critiquing them per se. We're going to use this as kind of an exercise to talk about like publishing. Sorry, Verdenflow says indie publisher me is a bit taller, and Vanderbeest went, wow, suddenly I just look like a wanker. Will Volva Digital, thank you. Glad one of us has got good ideas today. Okay, so welcome to Will Volva Digital. These are the slew of games that are being pitched to us in this, you know, the year of Goku 2023. So, let's have a look at a couple of the other ones previously and see what we might, the kind of things that we should invest in, the kind of things that we won't. So, first up, Robots Forever. Now, Robots Forever was great fun to play and had an immediate kineticness to it. But I couldn't see any game. Like, what that was some very, very good mechanics and some really good, like, deconstructive enemies and things like that. But I would need to see more before I'd personally invest in this one. Because, yeah, again, right now, Robots Forever 2, it's just really good tech. Evolver Analog, that works too. We haven't done Creepy Robots yet, so let's have a look at some more from the pile. Anything for my pals was fucking unsettling, but it was a close and complete game. Sorry, it was a close vertical slice. You have the most unsettling Pikmin of all time, and using commands you lead them through it. That one probably won't do gangbusters, but it might. There's a chance that the creepiness like resonates with a certain audience, or the creepiness gets you kind of a bit of like pre-launch coverage. So as much as I hate those little dingleberries, I think anything for my pals might be a viable title to sign. I would not give it more than 100k though. Yeah, Verdenflow, it has a chance to be mimetic, but I would not fund that on a big budget. So yeah, I'd do anything from 20k to 75k, maybe up to 100k. What else have we got? So Airships 2. Again, that's in the same pile as Robots Forever. Hang on, so we'll have not funding in the box. Airships 2 is fucking cool, but there's no game. And can you physics everything? That's not intended to be a pitch. Now, Walking House game. This is another one that I would say to the devs, like, how do you see this planning out? Like, what's your end game with this experience? Because the experience is easily conveyable. They've got it working from a technical standpoint. So they've overcome the big hurdles, pun intended. And if the team behind that could tell me, right, you're going to explore the land, overcome problems, find 5 magical MacGuffins and save the day, I'd be like, fuck it, brilliant, great. Like Volcanoids and stuff like that, it's a title that will lend itself very well to early access. So I'd put 200k, 250k behind it. If they could come up with an additional unique USP, Like, I'd even be willing to take that to large teams, to mid-team status. As that one currently exists, I think it will do well, but it needs to be an early access title. What have we got here? Oh yeah, Robots Forever. Sorry, you're in the bin. And what have we got here? Rounds 3D. I don't think Rounds 3D would ever be shown to anybody else. Rounds 3D is a proof of concept that does not work. It's too chaotic, it's too all over the place, and it doesn't have anything for us to kind of hold on to. Same with Medieval America. Like, it's an internal prototype. What if one of our successful projects was first person? And it doesn't work. And I understand that I'm saying that after having, like, focused on it. But the amount of time it takes to make a multiplayer experience, especially a competitive one, even a dumb, funny competitive one, it's never making that cash back. What do you all think on Missile Game? Because on one hand, I would say it's too bare bones. However, if they were asking for a small budget, like, there's something inherently engaging with that experience. Like, flying the missile and getting to basically do the trench run every time. Verdant, it could be a decent mobile game if you used the gyro fuckery on a phone to control the missile. Yeah. And I keep thinking about that game we played where we had to build incredibly complex mechanical machines to, like, destroy buildings. The one that had that really stark, really like post-humanity art style. But the thing that having me question myself while I was in the bathroom is, like, is this because it's evocative of Smash the Castle and Angry Birds, or is there something to this that is special? Jam says they want an extra mechanical twist. Let's put that one in the. Let's put that in our new maybe pile. So this is our wins pile. Okay, is there anything else we've played and I haven't mentioned? We haven't done Physics Fighter yet. Okay. But it's... Oh, here's Robots Forever 1. Alright, we can give that a try in a second. The 3D Stickman shooter, Verdant Flow, that was Medieval America. Oh, airships. Oh shit, so they did 2 versions of airships. Alright, we should give these other prototypes a quick little spin. So let's see what Airships 1 is like. So we played Airships 2 earlier, which was the second prototype. And again, it's not like these games need our critique, but this is a fascinating way to put yourself into the mindset that these publishers have. Okay. Okay, this is literally the Airships title again. So we don't need to do a deconstruction on that one. Same problem in that it's a great technical standpoint, but there's no game. Now, when I say we're putting on the publisher hat, it's like, it's that old thing of like, right, if we gave anything from my pals, if we gave that, like, if we gave that 50k, are we going to make that $50,000 back? I think yes. For the Walking Treehouse game, we gave it 100k. I think we'd make that back. That's the gamble you make as a publisher. Now, as a weird, shamanistic, like, indie nonsense merchant, my goal really isn't to make money, it's to get games made. But it's interesting to put that hat on and have... and start looking at these things critically, because like the actual technical achievements behind the airships game is fascinating, but without an additional hook, what is there? Like, Kerbal Space Program isn't just bolt rockets onto ship, fly ship. I know that's what it is at its core, but the fact that you have these challenges and these curveballs and that they react, that, you know, you are part of this strange, happy-go-lucky creature's, you know, race to the stars, it adds something to it. It adds a reactionary element. And with something like that, where you're building a ship designed to be manned by multiple people, what's the goal? Like, what do you do out in the skies on your airship, right? You know what I'm saying? Alright, let's... you know what, we'll come back to Robots Forever. Okay, so what have we got here? So we've got rectangles, playful... Oh, okay, you know what? Let's take RTS card game. Because that sounds like a complete concept. Let's see what this gives us. Dustin says that the walking house game with the coat of gothic horror paint could probably rock the horror YouTuber circuit. It's not a bad shot. However, giving it kind of like a big, chunky, poly, cozy aesthetic hits the cozy crowd. Because at this point, the term cozy means nothing. Alright, cards have two sides, the unit side and the ability side. Units cost gold, abilities cost mana. The gold is the number of gold. The icon to the right is the mana for the ability. Cards can either be played in mustering units or saved for battlefield abilities. Oh man, we should have summoned. Okay, so we can play a unit. Gold. Oh, okay. Alright, I get it now. So we have to drag it to the right and then say like where we want to spawn it in the field. Oh god! Boat. Units can be ordered to move by selecting them and right-clicking. Boat has a limited number of spots. Alright, sorry dude. Attack phase. So cards can either be cast to give us units, also those stretch bodies are horrific. Okay. Add a card to your deck. Sword Pal, I guess. Drag and drop cards into a slot to combine them. Alright, Sword Pal and Shield Pal creates the Brawler. Alright, I'm very, very confused here. So, to those of you that know card games, what are your feelings on this? Because currently it's like, you have an RTS element where you send your units out. Each card is either a unit to summon or a spell to cast from your two resources. I think. But then there's a boat section where the characters go off. Like, this is the point where I feel like a very overexcited game designer would be explaining it to me. So I'd love to know your feels. Jumping back, Fearless was asking, can you make a cozy cannon game? I think you can. I think you can make cottagecore artillery, especially if you lean into that Howl's Moving Castle Ghibli aesthetic. I think you could make that Baba Yaga game, I think you could make it very cozy core, even with having, like, you know, cannons and combative and things like that. That's a question of art style. Now, Ludo says, question, if we gave someone 50k for Airships 2, would we be able to stipulate, hey, we'll let you make this, but we think that you should add X, Y, and Z things? You can. Sometimes publishers will create stipulations. Usually, as an indie, I'd say stay away from it. Like, don't go with a publisher that's going to try and make you do things that you don't wanna. All right, give me a Magipal. Magipal becomes a wizard. Even better. However, there are times when the people creating the game cannot see how it's going through. Oh, Red Burning Dragon. Fuga Melody of Steel is a great example of cozy core aesthetic with some brutal gameplay elements. So yeah, Red Burning Dragon, that's a really good example. Now, that's a 2D game, making it a little bit easier to, like, have that, like, cottagey, cozy element to it, even though it's a conflict game, but it can be done. So yeah, so Ludo, we could say to the Airships team, like, look, we'll give you, well, okay, they'd need more than 50k for the Airships because, you know, at least Airships 2 is definitely meant to be a multiplayer game. And we could stipulate that we want to see X in it. We want to see some kind of, like, arcing story or otherwise. And then it's up to them whether they take the money or not. Sometimes, what I was trying to say was that sometimes, even though, you know, the dev team is incredibly smart and talented, they spend so much time with their experience, they can't see it from, like, an external perspective. So sometimes publisher input can be useful. But I'd always be very wary recommending to any friends that they try and I'm not sitting on a fucking boat. Okay, what is this attack phase? Alright. This is also another game example of where a CCG designer has been left to their own devices by themselves, and this probably makes a ton of sense to them, and they're probably used to explaining it to people. But here is a good example of why like, cool, I guess. Could certainly use some more workers. Gone from a worker to an odd worker. Also, there's no consistency with the naming convention because it keeps saying gain XP, but we're not gaining XP, we're getting gold. So, oh, sorry, and Shackle, I missed your little story. So Shackle was solo slooping on the Sea of Thieves, ended up in the battle for the Sea of Thieves, which if you haven't played it is where you get attacked by a buttload of skeletons. Sloop, then galleon, all by themselves. It's tough to manage it. Congrats! Ended up in again, but this time some kid came sailing in a galleon solo. Second wave was 2 galleons. The kid sinks, and Shackle had to solo sloop 2 galleons. Fucking yo! Congratulations, friend! Now, honestly, if I was encountering this particular vertical slice, I would just recommend to the team in question that they give it another pass. There's probably an experience here that I'm just not seeing, but right. guess I won? Fuck. Yeah. That is a bad vertical slice. For that one, everything was very, very unclear, and without someone over your shoulder explaining it, it's very difficult to understand. And you'd need to find a very specific market for that one. Now, could that be polished up? Could that get another couple of rounds? Probably. Honestly, like... Yeah, honest, like, yeah, that one's probably better if I'd been shown an example of play. Because we just kept winning. But there was no RTS fights. Everyone just kept fucking dying. So, that point where we're unsure whether the game is not working, or whether we've accidentally done something super powerful. Like I said, I can hear the person over my shoulder explaining it to me. Oh, no, see, you wanted to combine this thing and this thing with this thing, and then you send one to the boat, which sends one to Shadow Realm, and then you flirp the fucking pig, and then the pig summons the corn demon, which will attack them, but only from the Shadow Corn Realm. And I'm like, cool, great. I mean, okay, if we were being, like, if we were being proper ruthless publishers, no, we're not signing that. Because right now, like, Marvel Snap has shown that whilst Magic the Gathering still kind of has a larger portion of the CCG market sewn up, there is a market for simple, clear setups. I mean, Fearless, I was going for the card game from Adventure Time, but that works too. Okay, let's give this next one a shot. And Angel Kalina, welcome back. As soon as I get this thing to ready work. So which one was this one? Physics Man, I believe. Thank you, Grand Take. Floop the Pig. Welcome to Playful. Quick match. Press space to spawn. No person is poor that has pizza. Okay, let's try this one again. All right. Wait, Board Game Geek's actually done the Card Wars. Fucking yo. Host and public. And Forest Ball. There we go. I wonder what that sound could be. The not funding bin is getting very large. Alright, next contestant. Plant Plane. Sorry, Salem was in Cryptozoic made it. Do we like Cryptozoic? Do we not like Cryptozoic? My knowledge of board games, as you know, is absolutely feck and all, so I would be asking your good self. Oh. Oh, this is lovely. Okay, so this is basically Chase the Sun, but you're growing plants. It seems to be like a really interesting tech demo more than anything else. Like, this definitely isn't anything that I would say we should throw funding at, but... And this kind of strange, like, Mountain Dew hyperspace is a little bit disconcerting. But, I mean, that's the great thing about these. They don't all have to be super duper commercial products. And as I'm sure you've noticed already, this is surprisingly engaging. Leaving a trail of forest in our wake in a great big grey metropolis. I don't know. It's definitely scratching something. But it could be because I've spent such a lot of time with Chase the Sun that it just immediately procs something. I mean, shit, as Infinite Runners go. Oh no, so Angel Kalina, I agree with you, but the PC port of Flower is the worst. Every time I've tried to do like a stream of it for people, it just does me. Yeah, honestly, Wolfcrad, like, it wouldn't take much to get this to be, admittedly, just a small, low-budget experience. River! Knock it off! Just yell at the dogs. Like, honestly, I want to stop playing the Rez soundtrack in the background. One of these days, friends, we are going to do like a full-on stream day of Rez. I'll make a couple of bevies. We'll do it like a DJ night. It'll be great. Now that's a weird long ship after dark kind of night, but yeah, Kaiish, I'd want to know like what the developers' like final vision for this would be. I wholeheartedly agree, but there's, as simplistic as it is, there's something immediate and engaging about this, which can't be understated, you know? Salen says, especially with the official accessory. Yeah, Rez had a... Oh, God. Yeah, this is completely entrancing. You know what? I'm putting that in the Wood Fund. I'd want to know more, but, like, just a little bit of cash behind that, and you've got a really beautiful Infinite Runner. Alright, so we're just working our way through. What have we got here? This is post-game! So, do you know what I would do, Jam? And it's probably because I've just come off a huge Terra Nil kicker. Like, I've done everything in Terra Nil already. But I would almost go through the same environment multiple times in different seasons, creating something that is more complex. J-Post, Terra Nil. Okay, Phyllis, I could see that. Or, what is it? Ready, Steady, Go by Leark and CL. Yeah, each lap being a different season. Legends asking how much time I spent in Terra Nil. Let me have a look. So to do everything took me 10 hours. But I get super into games like that. And it's basically like Wetrix meets Total Annihilation. Like, I love the puzzle aspect of it. And when I say everything, I mean like I have done all of the levels, found all the animals, done all the climates, and done the additional challenge levels, which were fucking amazing. You know, once I realized that it was better to work out the climate first and then start building the environment, like, that just made me feel like a fucking genius. Okay, so what's the next one? Oh yeah, the next one is this post-game. So let's see what this is. This is fun, getting to pretend to be indie publishers. Imagining that I have money. Okay. Post-Nord, post-Nord. I'm sure. No. Okay. Ah, Peebles. They done got me. Yeah, we're certainly putting Kiwis out of business. Ah, crud vapors! I accidentally put the belts going the wrong way. Okay. I don't think it's hard for any of us to see this game doing good. Yeah, this has got a good Factorio vibe. This has got a good puzzle game vibe. God. This has already got its claws into me. Like, as a proof of concept, this is fucking brilliant. Kind of want to see what happens when we throw one of these suckers into a funnel. Or a catapult. Fucking wee! Love to see it. Alright. That one's kind of a no-brainer. That is already a solid game. I can see myself wasting hours upon hours on that one, so it's just polish. Now, how well would it do? I don't know. I don't know if that is one... I'd want to know how much the devs were asking, but I'd probably throw 100k at that dead easy. Maybe... And that is... when we're talking about the budgets of these things, we're not talking about marketing budget on top of. One of the things that Will Volver Widgetal does is that we don't put marketing spend as part of the budget, because that's our job. You know, we're taking a cut of profits. So it's in our best interests to market these games well. There are some companies that do charge, that they offer, you know, like promotional and publishing services and then take it out of the budget. So it's always another good one to be careful of. Yeah, and see, like, with Outer, that one's such an easy game to understand. All you need to do is add different shapes of postage, try and create different, like, contraptions to solve it. And the fact that you can just let users restart again very much reminds me of the things I enjoy about Zachtronics games. And, you know... Oh, shit! Sadlin, I don't know if you're still lurking, but, and I don't know if I told you all this, I finally got to meet the Zach of Zachtronics, which is really fucking cool. Now let's see what creepy robots are about. And you'll be pleased to know, Sadlin, that I had absolutely no cool chill when it came to meeting him. Okay, there we go. There is no sound. Oh, there is gun! Oh my fucking life. Getting teabagged by these things. Okay. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Sir, it's not hunted. Apparently I'm just being teabagged. I don't know what a robotic clam slam is, but apparently that's what I'm getting. Or just a good rusty kick in. This feels insulting. Alright, we just need a good place to hide. Oh, here we go. Only one way up. If they want me, I'll have to come and focus. Oh, cool! You don't even use physics! You're not even... Guys, the worst. Haha. But you can't climb good. Like me. Oh my god, I was a robot all along! Now, much like some of the other things we've seen today, like... This is another prototype. You know, this is an attempt to create something that's kind of like more of a physics-based, survivally flavor of nonsense. But this isn't meant to be a full experience. This feels like a pathfinding demo to be part of a larger something. If that makes a weird sense. Oh, cool, you just... Just gonna teabag me again. Oh, come on! Alright. Third time's a charm. But yeah. Y'all don't need me to tell you that this isn't really an experience. Like, this is just, a can we do it, Bob the Builder, like, proof of... I almost said proof of life. Fucking hell. This is the kind of thing that would essentially be used like a tone piece. Or a good example of a wave-based survivally type game trying to prove that a team could. Like, this has a really interesting... It has a really interesting aesthetic. Between the FOV and the fact that our character is very much in the world. You know, as the robots get close, you can't shoot them because they're literally in your face. And the AI is super aggressive. So, like, this kind of swarming style in a urban environment would work really well for kind of like a Ravenholm-inspired nonsense. I have fallen. I have fallen and I am in trouble. I am just in super trouble all the time. So yeah, this one feels unfair to judge as a potential, like, you know, video game to fund, because that's not what this is. Again. But if this was something that somebody brought to us, you know, the question would be, all right, what's the game? Because, you know, right now we've just got a shooty gun bang and a run around, and it's all right. Like, the movement and the aesthetic and the horrifying, uncanny value of the movement of these robots does say something interesting, but there's no game here, you know? And I guess the important thing about this, maybe not so much for a lot of you, but for like younger game devs and stuff, is like, you can't assume that the person you're showing it to is going to know what you're talking about. Give me my gun! You can't assume that the person you're showing this to is going to be like, oh, well, you know, I understand the Resident Evil Mercenaries, but, you know, because the person you're talking to might just be a money. Like, I'm sure I've told you this story all 1,000 times, but a heartbreaking story for me was watching a friend pitch a cyberpunk game to a room of predominantly, you know, white rich blokes, and trying to explain the cyberpunk genre to them, and trying to explain how... Why am I trying to talk about? And trying to explain to these, you know, rich white guys how intrinsically, I want to say, how intrinsically white a lot of cyberpunk media is, despite it being, you know, well, very punk. Did I win? Is it just that other one left? Is this what winning feels like? Oh yeah, and the overly realistic AK is back. Back of the net. Oh, it's chunky. Sorry if the gunfire is very loud, friends. Oh, new wave. Anyway. And yeah, Fearless to an extent. Like, the project that a friend was pitching wanted to say, all right, what does the cyberpunk future look like for people who aren't, you know, white and living in cities? And I thought that was a fascinating place to start. But the thing is, if you're not familiar with cyberpunk media, if you don't know that space, it's a very Oh, I found a new one. What's this? Ocean plane. Let's fly an ocean plane. It's a very difficult thing to explain. In fact, even if you are pitching something standard in things like steampunk, cyberpunk, solarpunk, etc., the person who has a big old bag of money in front of you, 9 times out of 10 will not know the culture or the subculture. So that last one I think is a good example of, like, yeah, if you've played The Killing Floor and COD Zombies and Vermintide, Darktide, what have you, that makes sense as a proof of concept, right? Because you can make the logical leap of, like, all right, you know, you have to fight sentient garbage made out of, like, US nostalgia as it comes at you in wave from waves, and they all have this weird, unhinged kind of movement system. And the person across the table is going to be like, I've played none of the games you've explained to me. Oh yeah, Fearless, and you're totally right. The thing is, in the indie space, you can just make that, and if you're able to, you know, deliver on the game without having to get publisher money, you can just release it.
So, who are the bad guys in this cyberpunk? The rich and major corporations, he explained to the rich owners of a corporation.
I mean, you're not wrong, Shackle. You're not wrong. Although one thing that was really cool is Actually, I can't talk about that. Fuck. Anyway, I tell you what, friends, when that particular Friendo's project starts coming to fruition, which fingers crossed will be happening in the next few years, I will absolutely share it with you all, alright? But yeah, like, often the reason why certain games get made and certain ones don't is because the person across the table just doesn't get that subculture. What's fucking wild is that I can say with almost a surety that no one would have published Vampire Survivors. Ooh. So we got slow down, speed up, fire. Ooh. Oh, fucking hell! Ah! Hold on to your butts. This is not controlling like I hoped. Oh boy. Oh, restart. There we go. All right. Okay, so once we're outside of the water... Oh, my fucking life. There we go, alright. Visually, this is very interesting, friends, but this handles like hot garbage. Oh, my fucking life! Oh! Oh, God, it's like someone made a... Yeah, it's like someone made a fucking Kerbal fighter pilot. Oh, boy! Alright, yeah, that's gonna need a control pass. Yeah. Come back to us when it doesn't handle, like, vomit-inducing ass and garbage. To those of you that have motion sickness, I'm sorry. You know, the great bouncy seas. Yeah. Whew. Oh, friends, even I thought I was going to lose my bloody lunch there. Alright, what's this? Blob game. Oh, why do I think this is going to be horrifying? But no, it's an important thing. Sorry, what I was saying is, I guarantee you, no one would have published Vampire Survivors. It's too weird, it's too strange, and unless you've spent time with it, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Now launching Experiment 56. I have no hope for this one.
There's 2 timers counting down.
Take my cubes and put them in the hole. It must be done. Yeah. Those little screaming cubes belong down the hole, don't you agree? That's it.
Legend, I don't know. You know as much as I do.
Goody. Those cubes were poisonous. And by putting them in the hole, you now enabled me to eat your tender body.
Oh, I do not like this. Oh no, this is the worst. Ugh.
I misplaced the testing papers. I don't know what this one's called, but I don't even know what I'm working with. Who am I?
Okay, so this time we're not giving him the cubes.
How did you become so
Alnus once again would like to anti-fund this game.
And put them in the hole. It must be done.
Disconcerting.
Absolutely, Keldra. Absolutely. And now we know if we put the cubes away, then he eats us. So we're just going to seal him in like with a little ring of salt.
Put them down the hole now.
Nope. You disgusting blob of horror. Making a fucking ring of salt. Nope. Get fucked. And Keldra, thank you for this. I mean, here's the thing. This is essentially an articulation of what we saw with the SCP files. This is actually something that I don't know if I'd necessarily play it a lot, but this is the kind of thing that would get coverage. I think the SCP crowd would get a kick out of this. I think there's a market for this. Assuming this is a snippet of a larger experience. The idea of using essentially physics puzzles in an SCP environment to do non-standard storytelling stuff. You know, this is one part horror, one part don't press the button. Oh, can we feed him the cube?
Put them down the hole now. No, they're poisonous.
Aha!
Death is coming.
Yeah, oh no.
They're poisonous.
I may have fucked up.
It's coming.
I can't find the testing papers about this. I'll just call it Blob Monster with Cubes. Good luck in there.
Okay, so we know what happens if we feed it. It goes blah 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 blah, and then we die of...
Your parents must have been tasty, giving birth to a little treat like you.
Oh, that's gross, dude.
Darling.
Yeah, I'm also with Andor that if I've got to go and it's a choice between pink cloud or blob consumption, I'm taking the pink blob. But no, like, if this was the vertical slice and the pitch was a series of SCP-type experiments with a mildly humorous element where it's all about, like, physicalities and physics puzzles, sold. We know that's going to do well. Not gangbusters, but we know it's going to do well.
Those little screaming cubes belong down the hole, don't you agree?
Unless we can go down the hole. Oh, piss. Okay, last time. We're just gonna let the timer run out. That's it. Timer runs out.
Blob Monster with Cubes. Good luck in there.
I'm going to put the cubes around it though, because that just makes me feel a little less nervous.
It must be done.
Also, the idea of doing like a comedy physics puzzler like this, but with the idea being is that you alternate between different people working in like an SCP type facility. At least in my humble brain, that says that it allows the user to experiment and fuck up.
Little screaming cubes belong down the hole, don't you agree?
Yeah, I'm all playing with with one D-class SCP anomaly after another. And the idea being is that you, as much as the goal is to kind of like survive it, there's also like achievements and other like comedy endings per little puzzle. That way you can do humorous deaths for the player, but never make them feel like they've lost overall. Like they're just trying again. I'm trying to think of a good way to phrase it. But you see what I'm saying, right? But here's the thing, like, I can see this being a title that does well. This is a good, solid vertical slice because it shows us what the experience would be. Yeah, Alnus, it's McPixel does SCP. Maybe not quite as fast-paced as, but in that kind of vein.
Those little screaming cubes belong down the hall, don't you agree?
I mean, Alnus, what you could do is have it so that there's a checklist of ways to die. The idea being is that whilst you play the game in first person, the narrative is it's all about testing the limitations of these SCPs. And so it's kind of humans fall flat anomaly edition.
Those little screaming cubes belong down the hall, don't you agree?
Because don't get me wrong, like, I enjoyed the darkest start for the SCP collection we played recently, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how that SCP shooter...
I don't know who you think you are, but you're wasting our time, and we will now zap you with this high-powered ceiling laser. It'll spin for a while to gather the energy needed to vaporize all the particles in the room.
Why am I a funny guy?
Screaming cubes belong down the hall, don't you agree?
Okay, energy accumulated. Nice. Legal just told me that I'm obligated to issue an epilepsy warning. So, 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, I will press a lime green button on my control panel, and this should activate the spinning laser thing. Hang on. Turns out I need a password. Hey, Todd, the password to the zappy thingy in Blob Monster Room 2034.
Down the hall, don't you agree?
Lowercase p.
Those little
Lowercase
screaming cubes belong down the hall, don't you agree?
Lowercase s.
The password is
Lowercase
password.
s. Lowercase w.
Sadlin, fuck! I was just thinking that. It does sound like Deus. That was throwing me off for a second there.
In all lowercase. Alright, nice. Okay, so, activating high-power ceiling-mounted particle vaporizing spinning laser... now. Click. I can't find the testing papers about this. I'll just call it...
Oh, that's not good. Blob game has crashed. So yeah, Blob game would absolutely fund. As a test example. Plus, you know what? The wrapper for these vertical slices is also very evocative of a lot of those SCP titles. So while that feels like metagaming a little bit, it makes me think that actually, yes, like we could definitely trust this team to make something unsettling and creepy. All right, next up is Action Brawl. Oh, this looks very formal. Oh, only gamepad supported. Now you fucking tell me. Saved my hands a lot of work today. Oh shit! Well then, Fearless, we will see you later, friendo. I hope it doesn't take you 2 hours to get out there. Oh, sorry, Alnus, that's just on me.
har vi då ett mycket sällsynt objekt. Ett paraply. Det är inte vilket paraply som helst, utan det är ett paraply från 1808 utan den franska tillverkaren Sainier. Sainier var då en väldigt framstående tillverkare.
Gentlemen, a walking cane, the only one of its kind, made out of mahogany and brass. Gentlemen, start bidding.
Ah!
1,200
money!
Gentlemen, 2,000 pounds. 1,200.
Och det vinnande budet går till herr Grön.
Oh, okay. This one's not going to work for us. Basically, it's a... Hang on, let me bring this in. It's a multiplayer brawler with a bidding game built in where you bid to see, like, whether or not you think you're going to win the round, or you bid to buy a weapon to start with. We're going to call that one a non-starter, just because I can't test it because I don't have multiple people here. So, next up, whatever this one is. Yeah, that seems to be the hook of it, Aldous. Bid big on the weapons to then use them to beat the hot shite out of your nearest and dearest. Oh, God.
Bist du bereit?
Oh shit, so this is basically like super worms. With like semi-destructible terrain. You get one jump and you get one shot. So if we go new teams, 4 soldiers a pop. 4 soldiers, 4 teams. There's no direct fire, you have to kill people via... Spin that rubber hubbard like a top! Yeah, so it's a worms-like. But the only winning move... Oh my fucking life, you can... Alright, die. You can do jumping shots. Okay, I'm seeing a... I'm seeing some serious John Wickery going on here. John Wick it like you John stole it. Sorry, I should apologise. That joke was bad and I feel bad. Alright, you may be the last red. But that's not gonna stop you! Is there... Oh yeah, so you can physically hit other teams. Oh, fuck. I did not know whose turn it was there. Yeah, the greens take it. Okay, this is solid. So like, okay, do we know how well a Worms game would do in this, the year of Goku 2023? because I'm inclined to put that in the would fund pile. Like, yes, that doesn't have a lot of variations. It needs weapons and levels and like a slight more clarity. But the fact that you get one shot and one move is so much simpler than Worms is. Like, you have 30 seconds to try and do as much as you can. It smooths off a lot of the nonsense. Yeah, Immortal N, it's fucking spot on. That would incredibly simple to play. It would be great to master. Job's a good one. Job's a feckin' good one. Alright, so how many games we got left? We've got Counts and Stakes and Physics Fighter. We don't need to do Totally Accurate Battle Simulator because that is already making a gangbuster. Alright, let's do Physics Survival. Get me Keanu Reeves on the phone right now! You know what, Sadlin? There's a very, very good point. Overcooked has demonstrated that couch co-op still has a viable setup. So long as it's got that easy to play. Alright, so pull resources into the circle to gain resources. Drag to select units. Okay. Fucking wet. Rectangles and John Wick. Someone get Mike Bithell on the phone. The irony, of course, being V-Squid is that Bithell did John Wick Hex, which was fucking inspired. Okay, whatever this is trying to do, it is not working. And, you know, there's only so many times that we need to say it, but your vertical slice needs to be able to stand on its own 2 feeties. And if it can't do that, then it's not a good vertical slice. Again, this is no critique to the team who've made this, but if we are, you know, if we're playing make-believe as, you know, indie game publishers, that would be a non-starter. Because it's like, I can't work out what I'm supposed to be doing. I can't make it do anything. Whatever strange, weird-ass stuff you're doing, I don't know. So Ludo says, the main worry with the Worms-like is it's competing for the niche that Rounds is. The thing about both Rounds and Stick Fight is that they don't have a long shelf life. There's a tactics to that previous one, which might give it a little bit more breadth and depth. It still has the physics chaos, but it's turn-based, essentially. Also, Dios, I didn't say hello. Watto and welcome. So I would be inclined to fund it because I don't think that it would do battle with... I don't think it's doing battle with Rounds. Rounds is all about pure, unadulterated chaos. In fact, what's fascinating is that the modding community around Rounds is huge. And, you know, especially with Stick Fight, like, that's fun if you play it against someone who hasn't played it, and you haven't played it, and you play it for a few hours after the pub. Or it's like, you know, a pass-the-pad kind of game for silliness. But, yeah, Stick Fight doesn't have a lot of... It doesn't have a good shelf life to it. Alright, enter name. Again, blood. Play. Quick match. What are you? Direct. Fucking wit! Midnight Strikes. Hunters win. Scene 2. Shuriken Revolver. And a smoke grenade. Okay, I think this is supposed to be a top-down versus team game. While I don't... Okay, I would want to spend some more time with this. I'd also want to know what their hook is, because loads of people have tried to do the top-down group battler or the top-down battle royale, and very few of them have succeeded. Like, to my understand, like, Animal Royale is one of the few that's made money, and... even the Cyanide and Happiness one didn't do great. The more recent title, I think it was called like Hell is Others. That one did okay, but that was more an extraction shooter with that same kind of vibe. So I think that's an easy one to say, nah, no money for that project. But okay, give me a knife. Oh, so that's the knife, and that's the foot. Sup, nerds? Foot. Foot. Punch. Knife to the face. Beaties. Yeah. Ha! Oh, shit. Yeah, that just got... Oh! Yeah. Oh, no. I did just throw a knife in a guy's face, though. Alright, where's the last one? There you are. Top Hattington. Yeah, you do your fucking wild bullshit. I'll punch when you're down. I'll double foot punch. Mate! There's a knife in your face! Oh god, okay, one of them Hadoukens. Again, this is a very, very interesting combat system that might work really well with... There needs to be a wrapper to this. So perhaps a comedy title, something not too dissimilar from, like, you know... whatchamacallit? Oh, why am I blanking? Apparently these weird little creatures have taken all the brain power out of me. What the fuck was it called? Goat Simulator. That was it. There's a fun, silly kineticness to this, but there's nothing more to it. Like, this is a really good proof of concept. And that is it. Sorry, this is a really good technical demo. Like, can they do it? Yes, they can. Oh, and Book. I didn't say hello when you got in. How goes it, friend? So sadly, that's another one to the not going to fund it pile. And you know what? I'm going to put Missile Game in the funded pile because I'm still thinking about it even a few hours later. All right. So now we have the Totally Accurate Battle Simulator 2017 demo and the robots, and then that's all of them. Now, is something going to happen once we've played every single one? Who knows? I'll be curious to see if it has. Yeah, so Kitish, I think this is the 2017. Oh, it is absolutely crashed. This is the 2017 vertical slice build of Totally Accurate Battle Simulator. Yeah, Almus. The Blob is probably the most iconic little character we've had so far today. If you haven't seen this on Steam, Totally Accurate Battle Simulator is just a glorious piece of carnage. Okay, and it is not wanting to play ball with us. Okay. For whatever reason, the Totally Accurate Battle Simulator isn't working, but I'm going to put it over here because it did get made and it did well. Like, it did well enough to found a studio. And last, but by no means least, Robots Forever 1. It's like Robots Forever, but without the 2. The thing is, you don't need to imagine Totally Accurate Battle Simulator. It's already a game. It's wildly successful. You know? Oh god. This is extremely loud! And all my weapons are very floppy. I mean, Alnus, you make a very good point. If we're time traveling, also all of these sound effects are mouth noises. And the way the next level keeps snapping in is rather creative. Anyway, yeah. That's why we have sound balancing. Alright, Robots Forever. I mean, actually, Robots Forever 2 definitely had more of like a... I feel if there was like a roguelike element to it, that would have been an absolute banger. So the idea of like your weapons increase in ridiculousness or otherwise, similar to like Mother Gunship and stuff like that. You know, each new island snaps in. Jobs are good. Hunter, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. There we go. Move you all over here so you can see it. All right. So to recap, here were the titles we decided, with Totally Accurate Battle Simulator getting funded with time travel money. We funded Walking House Game. That one has a lot of potential, especially as an early access. Anything from My Pals. It's creepy, it's weird, it's exactly the kind of stuff that will get us coverage. We're funding Blob Game. It's a great vertical slice of an SCP-type comedy death game. And we're funding Rectangles for that post-pub, you know, absence of a good Worms game scenario. We're funding Post-Game because it's a very easy-to-understand puzzle game. And Missile Game we did decide we were going for because it would make for a really good Mobley game and a good experience. And Plant Plane is a great jumping off point. So that is our lineup of games that... what did we call ourselves? It was like... Wavolva Widgetal or something. Yeah. And this is the pile of... It's not happening. So, Hunter, Watto and welcome. How are you doing? We've been playing the Landfall Archives today, and this is a collection of prototypes and vertical slices that Landfall have put together over the years. And on April Fool's Day, they just released it as this game collection, and it's really fucking good. Like, it's really fucking good. The reason I wanted to show this game to everybody was that I think this idea of building like a really interesting wrapper around a collection of smaller games I think is rad. And yeah, as you've come on in, we've just kind of cleared it. Congrats on clearing the 60 quest with the Red Mage. And I'm sorry that Sky Whale looked at you funny. I think they know what they did. Do you know what's interesting is that the fact that there isn't more story around the place and the situation that we're in is almost mildly disappointing. I want to know more about whatever it is they've cooked up narratively that just put us in this situation, you know what I mean? Let's see if we can walk out of the archives if anything happens. If you want to have a run around on these demos yourself, they are free to download. You can just get them on Steam. It's just... Sorry, it's got my mind whirring. Now, the one that I would love to do, and I'll probably end up pitching to a friend, is I'd love to do a faux FMV game wrapper, you know what I mean? No, apparently we don't walk out of the archive at all, so... Oh, well. And there we go. Fucking yo. Alright, give me some smooth jams while we're... but yeah, sorry, one of the things I do want to pitch to a friend is the idea of doing an FMV-style wrapper for a bunch of their small projects. Because one, I know some friendos that actually have a setup for creating, like, faux CD-ROM FMV experiences. And I'd kind of like to do that. Someone asked me what my absolute favorite... Oh, sorry, my absolute dream role would be, and I said I wanted to be one of those like presenters from those VHS board games back in the day, like Atmosphere and stuff like that. Lost Flowers, I think we'll have a chat for a bit because I've been kind of talking at you all for the last 3 hours. What were your thoughts? What were your feels on this? You know. We don't need to deconstruct it from a business standpoint because, again, Landfall Archives is an example of all the different iterations that go into creating successful titles. Like, these people don't need our help, they don't need our opinions, but as an exercise to look at what games do and don't get funded as an experience, I think it's a really good one. But again, I feel like I've just been talking at you all, you know what I mean? As I'm wanting to do, yes. But... Legend, Ket is definitely up to their eyeballs making enough games and project as is. In fact, friends, if you haven't seen Legend and Downright Hero, Ket is currently doing bespoke board games as like a Patreon thing. So if you find yourself in need of interesting ideas and or are intrigued by how board games get made, please check out Ket's Patreon. Like, I can't tell you shit about how to make a board game. I think it was very evident when we did the board game building day that one Saturday that I was out of my fucking league there. Oh, no, Legend. It's entirely fine, friend. It's entirely fine. I'm not trying to bully you all into throwing more money around. Like, this year sucks for everybody, and I completely understand that. But it'll be there when you're ready. And you know I want to support the heck out of Ket's endeavors. Lost Flowers. It's not... I understand what you're saying, but you've been with us now for over a year. Like, what does your gut say about this little experience? What do you feel? Because there is a definite value in that. Plus, you've been hanging out with this group of miscreants long enough that your opinion is going to have weight. You're not an uneducated rando Calrissian, you know? Sorry, friends, I think I kind of hit the wall a little bit. Hey, Hunter, if you do end up watching the VOD, just leave a nice comment for Scotty, who does all the hard work. And if you didn't see it, while I was at GDC, I managed to do a cheeky little stream. And I'm still so thankful Scotty's with us because they sorted the audio levels. They corrected all the times where I was accidentally streaming upside down. They did take the piss out of me, and it was very funny. So if you didn't see that one, it is over here. Also, friendos, here's a wild thing. Despite having had my YouTube set up for longer, God, for about as long as I've been in the games industry, we've never gotten over 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. And we're about like 18 people away. I know that seems like a dumb thing, considering Twitch is our main focus and like we're actually kind of kicking ass over here. I don't know, it still feels like a good little milestone to fight towards. I know. I mean, the YouTube channel's basically become a depository for all of our fucking streams and stuff, but yeah. Yeah, Ludo History. So all the VODs go up on YouTube because they're easier to watch on YouTube. Twitch's VOD system is very finicky. And I hate it when you get about halfway through a VOD on Twitch and then it blips and it forgets where you are. It's the feckin' worst. And yeah, that's what it's there for. There are a few weird little YouTubian stuff. If you look at some of the early videos or some of like the meanwhile on YouTubes and stuff like that, like, oh, it no longer, okay, I hate that it now only sorts it by latest or popular, but I guess some of the early ones are still quite popular. I mean, shit, oh my life. There are videos on here that are over 10 years old. Fuck me running. Like, a lot of them was me learning how to make videos for my job. So the early stuff is very, very janky. But it is what it is. Also, yeah, Scardy's little interludes never stop being funny. Feckin' Gaia online. Feckin' yo. So, okay, friends. Even though we're only at the 4.5 hour mark, like, I think we've kind of hit on all the beats, and that's cool. You know, not every day has to be a monstrous pile of nonsense. The TLDR that I hope you take away from today's stream is that if you want to just make a fistful of weird, fucked up game jam games and give them a nice, arty wrapper, you absolutely can. That's fucking legit. Oh, and Lost Flowers. It's more that I don't have too much banter. Well, not too much banter. I don't have much more to add to the conversation we've had today. I think that with as much as we have going on this week, there's nothing wrong in not going hard today. Like, we could start up another game and we could get into some weird nonsense, but I'm like, you know what? No. I still need to work out what our long ship day is going to look like. Plus, I get to go see D&D later, which I'm very much looking forward to. Because it's Cheap Tickets Tuesday, and thanks to some very good friends, we have a little bit of extra cash. So we've got the Seattle squad together, and we're going to our favourite little Cinnabar, which is very far away by public transport, apparently. So now I feel bad. Because I thought Fearless was driving. Fearless is like, oh, it's going to take me a couple hours to get there by bus. I'm like, no, buddy, no. Immortal Lead Longship Day is this Thursday. It is Thursday the 6th. So, I'm sorry that I wasn't able to get a P.O. box sorted ahead of time. And it is going to be a while before we do a P.O. box. But I think what I've decided is that, like, right now, there isn't, you know, you all aren't clamoring over yourselves to send stuff and goodies and things. Like, it's been pretty calm. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put aside the money that would have gone to opening up a P.O. box, and I'm going to try and get us a round of enamel pins done. And so, the goal will be, if you come see me at, like, you know, in the reel or in PAX later in the year, I can give you your pin. Like, I won't be charging for them. I don't have the mechanisms to sell enamel pins right now. Like, so, I want them. We haven't had cool merch in a while, so how do I get you a thing? So I think that's my decision. It may be a while before that, so yeah, we might be looking at like August, September before I actually can physically give you pins, but yeah. That's what I've decided I want to do. I've got Lizzie and the mods help looking for a new merch place, because our last merch store that we were kind of working with closed down. But you know, we've still. Oh no, wait, no, this is my. Wait a second, this isn't my hoodie. This is the fucking Hollow Knight hoodie. Fuck. Sorry, friends. God, here's me all over the place. But yeah, sorry, I'm just fucking waffling on right now. That's what I've decided in terms of the P.O. box. When it gets to the point that people want to send stuff, there's a place that's a lot closer than the last one that will be able to sort something out. If you desperately want to send a thing, there is a wish list of weird 360 games and a 360 for things that I would love to cover with you all. So if you want me to share that with you, as I can. But just trying to think. Also, at some point, I will be picking up the slug dogs, but we just need to solve all our nonsense. Sorry. Now I am just drifting off into the ether while talking absolute bollocks. Right. Legend, go get a nap. I'm going to roll credits and say thank yous. And then get my arse in the shower and then go to D&D. The movie, which I'm very looking forward to. No, thank you all for putting up with me today. Thank you for putting up with me in general. I know it seems very mercenary when we talk about like indie games publishing stuff, and considering how much time I spent whinging about the state of indie publishing, it is interesting to put on the, I don't want to say the hat of my enemy, but like, it's very interesting to put yourself in that mindset. And hell, it's kind of fun to LARP having shitloads of money sometimes. Anyway, I need to thank the following people, for whom without I would not get to sit in this chair every day, and I would be much, much poorer for it. Yeah, I just want to say big thank yous to Wolfcrad, to Stepagen. Wolfcrad's still actually the Jarl as well, which means they have power. To Ehrman and Fearless Sun, to Bacon Avenger and Vanderbeast, to Scarred in Alaska and Keldra, to Asari Green Fire and Clank Crusher, to J Post, to PVS, Pun Spectre, and Shackled to Connus, along with Jackie Foxbutt, and the Legend of Moraid, Angel Kalina, and apparently the Matt Verybird. Thank you. I know I say this on a daily, but it needs saying daily that the bits and donations and everything you lot put in is what keeps us going. So thank you. To those that subbed, resubbed, or were hunted by House Carl. To Ehrman, J Post, Alnus, Stepagen, Navalis, Ludo History, Sadlin, Akira Zero, Nude, Vanderbeest, Hayes Shift, and Shackle Draconis. Like, thank you, feckin' all. Most of you were celebrating 40 or 50 plus months, which is wild. And the other one was just Jackie being a terror. To the Real Hunter, thank you for the raid. I know it was kind of like at the end of things, but yeah, it's been a good day. It's been a good day. And J Post, thank you. You had to wait until after I was done, didn't you? Right, so friends, I'm going to pass you over to Maple Mystery, who is a game dev friendo making a gorgeous old school, and by old school I mean like MS-DOS era, like point and click horror story. Their work is wonderful and they are an exceptional person. So, I feel that is a lovely place to leave you off for the evening. Yeah. I don't think I've got anything else to add. Thank you again to everybody who's been helping keep me sane. You all are an exceptional bunch, and I'm very lucky to have you all. Yeah. Tomorrow is Rain World, and it will be up to you all to decide who we're playing as. Between the rivulet, the underwater swimming...
The cinema. Here, this might get you a box of sweets. Maybe.
Tell you what it does, Bacon. It gets us a fucking margarita. That's really fucking kind of you, Bacon. Thank you. Thank you. This whole year has turned me into the biggest, soppiest mess. Like, every day we have one of these streams, and I spend the entire time being like, I'm so fucking lucky, I get to do this, and I get to hang out with you all. And then we get to the end of the stream, and I basically just word vomit feelings at you all. And then you're like, cool, here's some money for good times. Bacon, thank you, friend. Alright? Thank you. Oh yeah, shit. And Bacon, you also, as we're raiding out, managed to unseat the hero. Well done, friend. Well done. We'll see you tomorrow for Rainworld, alright? Alright?